And hi, John.
Hi, Brian.
Okay, we're live. Brian always likes to start a conversation in the 1 second between when I say we're going live and we're going live. But now we're live. Hello, everybody watching.
Actually, my trademark is doing that. Your trademark is making explicit mention to how I do that before we go live. Every Keeping Karlsson stream begins with me in mid-sentence and you pointing out that I was in mid-sentence.
I think what would be the more like standard way is I would say, I'm going to go live now. Then we're all quiet. Then it goes live. And then I say, hello, everybody. Welcome to the video.
I mean, that might work for some, but that's not how it works for us.
Fair enough. Okay. So
I like to, it lets people feel like they're just walking into the room, like they're part of our conversation.
Like, I know that you say that, but it's not, in my opinion. Like, I know that's your theory. I just think it's incorrect. I think people think, this video, they made a mistake and these people don't know how to stream content.
No, I know full well. I'm just welcoming. It's like, when someone walks in a room and you stop talking, then they're like, were they talking about me?
I understand your theory. It's wrong, but I understand why you think
it. Jeremy, thanks for being the first one in. You rule.
Who's missing from the draft? It looks like just Joe.
We're missing Joe and Dave got in, right? Joe, I was writing an hour ago, so he should be here. I'm just gonna take off. I'm already like overheating here. Just a sec.
Like your body? By the way, check it out. My playoff pool winning hoodie. Hopefully it'll give me luck. I guess no one cares. Everyone's focused. All right, I'm gonna focus now too. But we're live, so we guess we have to like start saying things now.
Overheating like my laptop.
Oh yeah, and also Brian, don't you want to start the show because we're starting the draft? Or I guess you're saying you want to pause the draft. Okay.
So I'm ready to begin, but should we make sure everyone's here first?
Joe isn't here. Do you want to message him?
Yeah, I will.
It's cutting it close.
Also, how do I see? Can I see everybody while I'm sharing my screen?
There's ways.
Okay, I did it. I did it. It's okay. If you would like to, I'll just say to the drafters, if you have stuff to say, like if you feel ready to come on, like specifically if you have something to say, you can raise your hand. Like virtually, there's a button somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So I'll keep an eye out. I can't promise to get to you. Also, John, nice haircut.
Thank you. Did it myself.
Looks great. Okay. So I think we're good to begin. Oh, right. No, I'm going to write Joe. You're coming to the draft, right? So to anybody who's already joined us on the stream, you're a little early, but not officially. You're officially on time. We're a little late. So thanks for being here. We're going to get the show started in a minute. This is a big logistical operation, generally handled by Elon, and then panic level and handled by me in the last minute, which is the way I tend to do things. Jesse rocking the original Keeping Karlsson retro look, which I love. It's beautiful. Oh, and Elon's rocking his playoff pool winning hoodie.
Right.
I know Dave would be wearing his Chell KKUPFL jersey if he had it. No, but instead he's wearing I hope that's a Brett the Hitman Hart shirt.
Some of the best there was, best there is, and the best there ever will be.
Save it for the show, Dave. And I've got my my Edmonton Oilers shirt right there. Okay. So I haven't heard from Joe. I kind of feel like waiting another minute for him to see.
We could start the show even if he's not in the draft room.
Yeah, I can't remember. There is a limit to how long you can pause for.
I mean, if you were talking to him an hour ago, then I'd assume he's aware. Maybe he's got like kids or whatever, these
I don't believe he does.
Or some responsibility of some sort that he had to attend to.
I also need to be able to match faces to names because they're not all here. So I know Jesse and Dustin and I'm just going to embarrass myself.
Are we starting the draft at 2?
We're gonna be close. We're gonna be close to that. Participants, hang on. So, Boston Hat Mike,
Yes.
are
What's up?
you Mike Ryan? Oh yeah.
Yes,
Okay, you're
I'm Mike
talking.
Ryan,
So now
yeah.
I can see your phone. Okay. And sorry, Boston, for calling you Boston Hat Mike.
That's all right.
Dave, Lewis, Jeff, Marcus. Is there anyone's name? Oh, and Wayne over there. That's Tom, obviously. Okay.
What's
and
Joe's name on
Marcus?
Discord?
He is the hockey prophet with like spelled as in like profiting for money.
Yeah.
Tom, I don't know if you can hear. Can you hear me? You just didn't react to my bad joke. Okay, great. You just showed me how you really felt about it. I'm sorry. Okay. Great. So, Elon, you want to open up the show?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Yes! Welcome everybody to another episode of the Keeping Karlsson Fantasy Hockey Podcast, the longest running fantasy hockey podcast in the world, hosted by one person who is super nervous about this episode and another person who's probably also nervous because he's going to be hosting a 4-hour show. I'm your host, Elon Dubrovsky, and with me, as usual, to actually take over from here, and I'm going to be quiet and focus on my draft, it's the fantasy hockey robot, Brian Com.
Hello, Elon. Hello, everyone. And goodbye, Elon, because yes, you are very nervous about the draft you have to run. And I am very nervous and excited to be hosting our annual auction draft for the Tier 1 Championship Division of the Keeping Karlsson Ultimate Patron Fantasy League, which is going to run 3 or 4 hours. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about it in a bit. But first, it is a beautiful day for an auction draft, isn't it? We have 14 drafters here with us across 6 countries, 7 if you count Alberta, and spread over 3 continents. Everyone here has been making their draft spreadsheets, checking them twice, and today they'll begin their quest to rule the fantasy ice in pursuit of Ultimate Fantasy Hockey Championship glory in today's KKUPFL Tier 1 draft. I will be your host today, Brian Com, and with me today, I'm so happy to have, as I would call him my right-hand man, but I don't even think that's fair. He's all the hands man, John Newhold, an expert draft strategist, Keeping Karlsson listener, patron, and KKUPFL manager himself, who finished the 2019-20 season with the most points overall out of 252 KKUPFL teams. That's right. John ranked first in the entire KKUPFL field last season. He was in Tier 5. He's jumped up to Tier 3 this year. And I'm very happy to welcome John Newholt as our special guest auction analyst here on the show today. Welcome, John.
Greetings, Keeping Karlsson fans. It's great to be here at the Tier 1 draft. I want to make something very clear off the bat. I do not personally play fantasy hockey. The spreadsheet plays fantasy hockey. It just plays it through me into the internet.
Okay, noted. But you hopefully, you're hopefully going to co-host with me instead of your spreadsheet.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay, good.
I did not set up the computer to automatically have its own voice.
Right.
And express itself.
And
Yes.
it's not feeding you lines. Whatever you hear from John is coming from, like, we've had some great chats, John and I, leading up to this episode. And over the summer, John ran some great mock auction experiments in our patron community on Discord. John is legit an expert draft strategist, and I'm so excited to have his takes and analysis here on our Tier 1 draft today. First off, a couple announcements before we go any further. Keeping Karlsson Fantasy Hockey Podcast is, as always, proudly presented by Dauber Hockey. Over at dauberhockey.com, if you're having a hard time keeping up with the juiciest tidbits of fantasy knowledge or worried you're missing something, don't even worry about it. All you need to do is hop over to dauberhockey.com, check out the daily ramblings, download Dauber's draft guide, which is updated constantly leading up to the season, and you will know everything you need to know to be ready for your fantasy draft, especially those of you in those last minute panics. It's like, oh yeah, I have a draft tomorrow. I should probably start. Dauberhockey.com will be your solution. So thanks to them for presenting us. Also, huge news. This week is the return of Keeping Karlsson short shifts hosted by Ben Burnett and Louis Ezekiel, who are both drafting in Tier 1 here with us today. So we'll get some more thoughts on them from what we can expect from that. But we're so excited to have our midweek shows returning. Short Shifts will make its 2021 season debut. It'll be recorded on January 12th. The night before the NHL season begins, and released very shortly after, so late on the 12th or early on January 13th. So keep an eye in your feeds for that. If you subscribe to Keeping Karlsson, it's going to come right to you. You don't even have to do anything. Just sit back and enjoy the content as it rolls in. And also, we have a patron cast scheduled for January, which is a patrons only episode, a bonus show for our supporters over at keepingkarlsson.com/patron or patreon.com/keepingkarlsson. Either way, will get you access to that Q&A episode where it's essentially an Ask Us Anything for Elon and I and the patrons. So if you had fantasy questions about your team post-draft, that's going to happen at exactly the 1 week mark of the season. And we will be so happy to answer your questions and share with you our answers and the entire patron community. Okay, so we're about ready to get started. The clock is ticking down to the beginning of our Tier 1 auction draft. And just to give you an outline of what this episode looks like today, it's a different show than usual. As I mentioned, we're live streaming the Tier 1 KKUPFL Sweden Division Draft. You can watch it all with visuals as well over at keepingkarlsson.com/live. As you might have already noticed, there's no edits today. Any mistake that is made is going to stay here for all eternity. So to the drafters who might be joining me on the air, keep that in mind. John knows the deal. He signed up for it. I've already screwed up a handful of times. So this is just the way it is. It's not our usually tightly edited show, but enjoy the chaos and madness. As we go through the draft, John and I will be analyzing players, the picks, and draft strategies as we go. And we'll also be speaking with the managers themselves. And we fully expect this to go 3-4 hours. So buckle up. Before the draft begins, let's take a minute to explain a couple key pieces of what you need to know to really understand today's action. So
before you do that, Brian, if the draft's scheduled to start in 20 seconds, should I pause it or
Please.
should we just do it?
No, pause it.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
I'll pause it once it starts.
Also, has Joe shown up?
Yeah, Joe's here. Everyone's here.
Okay, beautiful. He's not on my screen, but I will trust that he's present.
I mean, he's shown up to the draft.
Okay, fantastic.
How long should I pause for? We have the option of 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or 15 minutes.
Give me 5 minutes.
Okay. Pause.
Okay.
Oh, done.
Okay.
Part of the chaos that you promised.
So let's, we'll take a minute to explain a couple key pieces of today's action. First off, what is the Keeping Karlsson Ultimate Patron Fantasy League? It's the biggest fantasy hockey league in the world, if you haven't known. 23 divisions this year, 322 managers spanning more than 13 countries and 4 continents. And one thing that makes it special is we have this pyramid tiering system where you start at the bottom and you climb your way up. Managers are promoted and relegated at the end of each season based on their final standings. So the guys drafting here today have gotten here by beating everybody else in their divisions, by finishing high year after year after year. So we're seeing the best of the best play against each other. And of course, the league is commissioned by Elon and I, who care deeply about every manager in it. So we're very attentive managers. We make sure that if managers aren't participating or so active or can't handle their teams, we help fix that situation so that there's no like dummy teams around. So anybody who's actually playing in this league is playing against the best of the best. We also have this really great community in the KKUPFL. Everybody's friendly with each other, helps each other, friendly competition with one another. We're inclusive, we're non-toxic, and we're really proud of that. And this is also by winning this division, it's the only legitimate way to claim the title of being the best fantasy hockey manager in the world. It's the only route to it. And only 4 names are on that list so far, which we'll get to in a minute. First, I'll just mention the settings for the KKUPFL. We have rosters of 18, 2 centers, 2 left wings, 2 right wings, 4 defensemen, 2 goalies, 2 utility spots, and 4 bench spots. The scoring in the KKUPFL, so for the skaters, 4.5 points for a goal, 3 for an assist, half a point for a shot, quarter of a point for a hit, half a point for a block, and 1 point for a shorthanded point. Goalies get you 2 points for a win, about .35 points for a save, -2 for a goal against, and +2 for a shutout. If you want to see the full set of roles, you can go to keepingkarlsson.com/KKUPFL. Also, 20 divisions in the KKUPFL have already drafted. And we're going to be referencing the KKUPFL ADP, which is the best and most reliable ADP. It's better than Yahoo's by far. You can actually go see it yourself at keepingkarlsson.com/ADP. So that's the KKUPFL Tier 1, the best of the best in the fantasy world. In 4 years of tiered competition, it's seen 4 different winners. The first one ever was Jeff Turcotte, followed by me, Brian Combe, and then Dave won the 3rd tiered season of the KKUPFL. And last year's champion, the defending reigning champion, is Max Fredrickson. By the way, I said Dave, Dave Betton, host of the Stream Scheme as well. And Max Fredrickson coming in as the defending champ after last season. You might have heard him when we officially opened KKUPFL registration. Also, if anybody's wondering what an auction draft is, so every manager today has a $260 budget. A player is nominated. Every manager takes turns nominating players. Anyone can bid on a player, and the highest bid gets to have that player on their roster. All right. Tier 1 drafters, you can start your spreadsheets, and may the best manager win.
Woo!
Woo! So that's my official intro. Those who are drafting today, while we finish the rest of the pausing situation, Elon, are you able to just resume at will?
No, you're going to have to still fill
Great.
1 minute of podcast time.
I have 1 minute of podcast time. Just cut me off when we're there. Our drafters today are Elon Dabrowski, a software developer from Toronto who's in his 6th KKUPFL season. Dave Betton, past champion, a project analyst from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in his 6th season. Louis Ezekiel, host of Short Shifts, but his day job is a high school social studies teacher out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, in his 6th season. Jeff Good, also in his 6th season, works in IT, so is in spreadsheets all day, drafting from Maine. Jordan Beach in his 3rd KKUPFL season, drafting out of Edmonton, works in online marketing. We've got Dustin, a chartered accountant, drafting in London, UK via Kingston, Ontario in his 5th season. Tom Crowhurst, student life at a local college and a strength and conditioning coach in the AHL out of Belleville, Ontario in his 3rd season. Ben Burnett, journalist and Short Shift podcast host out of St. John's, New Brunswick.
Starts in 5.
5th season. And I'm going to keep introducing the rest while the draft begins. Marcus Callanan, also the host of our Stat Attack, as a sports betting product manager, drafting out of Dublin, Ireland. Mike McClintock, software developer out of Brisbane, Australia in his 4th season. Michael Ryan, a chemist out of Boston in his 6th season. Max Fredrickson, a brewer out of Victoria in his 4th season, defending champion. Joe Tilla, poker and daily fantasy sports player out of Vienna, Austria in his 5th season. And Jesse Severe, host of the Fantasy Hockey Life podcast and a bureaucrat out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin in his 6th KKUPFL season. And I neglected to mention when I mentioned Dave that he is also the host of the Keeping Karlsson podcast Stream Scheme. With all that, the first player on the board today is Brady Tkachuk, which is I feel like that is a bellwether, if I've ever seen one, to see what Brady Tkachuk, who's been so hyped in our Keeping Karlsson circles, is going to go for, and how exactly that sets the market, because he's a guy who seems to be rated higher by our listeners than by the Gen Pop, and I think that's because one, he was mentioned. Well, I'm just going to be honest. I won our hot take off earlier this year by saying he could be a 40-goal scorer this year and a legit Rocket Richard competitor one day. And so he went for $42 right off the top as the first player off the board. While we watch people bid on Patrick Kane next, John, any first thoughts about what that means to see Brady Tkachuk, who has obviously huge goal scoring and shot taking potential, also throws a few hits, which helps in our format. What do you think of him going for $42? Is there any way to make sense of that cost right off the top?
Yes. And I think it has a lot to do with people looking for upside. He's a young player. They're thinking he's going to move forward. That's why I think it's fascinating for him to be first off here, because you're really taking a guess. Okay, this is what he did last year. This is what he did the year before. How is that going to grow? And so like in the model I use projections. I take the last few years, average them out, do some adjustments for time on ice and things like that. And like with my model, I projected him to be worth $37 in this format. But I also look at a variety of other pieces of information as well when I'm doing my analysis. And I look at how they performed in the last quarter of last year. So he averaged just less than 19 minutes in 2019, but he averaged 20 minutes in the last 20 games of the year. And so if you kind of project that forward and do a bunch of math, I end up with him worth $37 this year, whereas his stats last year made him only worth $31. But his stats during that last quarter of last year were worth $41. I have him going for about 6.14 KKUPFL points per game in that last quarter. So he can live up to that $41 value.
Okay. So a little above value, but early on, if you're just paying a little above value in an auction draft, that seems pretty good, especially, John, as you said, for someone who can live up to that higher value. We have our second player off the board is Patrick Kane, who I'm gonna have to refresh my screen to find out exactly how much was paid for him. But right after him went our first goalie, Andrei Vasilevsky, drafted for $30. So our first goalie off the board, and we know the KKUPFL is a league where goalies are optional. They really are. You can choose to build your strategy with them or without them. What do you think of Andrei Vasilevsky setting the market rate for goalies, probably for the highest goalie at $30?
So if there's one thing my spreadsheets do not do is make any estimate on how much money goalies should go for. It is so unbelievably random. And it's very much based on the league you're in, the managers you're dealing with, even like also what position in the nomination order that goalie's coming up. I think it's interesting that he goes first because everyone would assume he's the best goalie in the league. So if anyone else has to pay more than $30 for a goalie, that seems too high. But at the same time, if no one else pays more than $20 for a goalie, I mean, theoretically, the Vasilevsky guy can say, well, at least I got the best guy. I paid for the best.
Okay, right. Yeah, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens to Vasilevsky. We have a crazy... Nathan MacKinnon is up to $70 right now, just getting bid up and up and up. I saw it at 53 and it looks like it was running away. Jesse ends up grabbing him as his first player. Nathan MacKinnon going for a whopping $70. That's more than a quarter of Jesse's total draft budget. And as far as I can tell, is a KKUPFL record for the highest amount ever bid on a player by like a handy amount, by probably $15 at least.
2 years ago, McDavid went for 77.
Okay.
But last year, McDavid went for 66.
Okay. All right. So I was way off with that. But $70 is just a massive chunk of change. John, is there, like, in just your quick take, is there any way Jesse can still build a competitive team with his remaining budget?
So let's see if we can get Nathan MacKinnon to $70, because based on his performance last year, he was worth 61. My model projects him at 58. So last year he had 111 points and 378 shots. Do you think he's going to get over 400 shots? I don't think so. He had 37 power play points. I mean, I guess he could get 41 power play points or something like that.
That's doable, but 400 shots is almost certainly not. Like, those are like peak. Like, I remember looking this up. I think Ovechkin did that a couple times a decade ago, maybe. But like, that's it. McKinnon's maxed out at 365.
So like a 120 point Nathan MacKinnon is worth $69 on my board. So if he can go to McDavid's scoring levels, which he paced for 111 last year, so it's not theoretically impossible. But again, I also note in the last half of last year, he only paced for 98, and the last quarter of last year, he only paced for 91.
Okay, so $70, unlikely to fetch full value on Nathan MacKinnon, but I guess there is something to be said for just having a workhorse centerman ready to anchor your team. And now we have a comparable up on the board. Connor McDavid up to $60. Jeff has the highest bid right now. Max just outbid him for 61. We'll see how high this goes. It seems to be going up a little more slowly than McKinnon, but inching up. In the meantime, while that auction plays out, I can share that Patrick Kane went for $51 to Michael M's team. And Nathan McKinnon, I mentioned him. Connor Hellebuck went for $21 to Tom's team. So the second goalie off the board after $30 Vasilevsky was Hellebuck going for $21. And then someone with a sense of humor nominated Tyler Seguin, I guess trying to see exactly how high people were willing to go for him. Elon ended up with him at $4, which, spending $4 now versus however much fab it would take to add Tyler Seguin after, I guess that wouldn't be it. He's definitely going to get taken. We'll see if he's a $4 player or $1 player with the amount of time he'll actually be able to help your fantasy team.
Just remember, Brian, though, like a $1 player, 50% of $1 players aren't worth rostering through the whole year. Only half of them are actually valuable to keep on your team. The rest of them get overtaken by people off waivers. So you're only spending a small amount of money. $4, the average $4 player, 20% of them fail. So it's not necessarily a terrible risk.
Okay. So $4 in that context, $4 Tyler Seguin seems reasonable. And obviously, I think Elon probably likes the fact that he can stash Seguin right away and make a move off free agency without dropping anyone off his active roster right off the top. McDavid ended up going for $68, so it's $2 fewer than McKinnon. And we've just seen Aho go off the board for $36. Is it a crazy question, John, to ask you to tell me who between McDavid and Aho is more likely to meet the value spent on them at auction? So McDavid 68 and Aho 36.
It's so very hard for the top end players to exceed their expectations. Because again, McDavid got 120 points last year and he played, nearly 22 minutes a night. How much more time is he going to play? How many more shots is he going to play? He had a 55-point power play point pace last year. How can you exceed it by that much of a margin? You see in these auction drafts, the high-end guys do not exceed. It's those mid-range guys that can actually get you more value. So Sebastian Aho definitely has that opportunity because, again, I go back to, if you look into smaller chunks of performance, he's worth $34 on my board based on the model. But in the last quarter of last year, he got a 103-point pace. That was worth $53. Theoretically, if you can sustain things like that for an entire year, you can be worth that amount. McDavid can't sustain getting 150 points or whatever it would take for him to be worth that.
Right. Okay. So you might be better off, it sounds like, trying to underspend on guys and even spending like a little bit ahead over what a top player can do because they're already likely at their peak, which is great and isn't a bad thing unless you're spending money on them. That seems to suggest you expect more. We have another heavy hitter on the board right now. Austin Matthews, cupful ADP in the other 20 divisions, 5th overall, is up right now, and he's at $66. Lafreniere,
he's actually
sold for $66 to Max, who also picked up Alexis Lafreniere for $12. So 2 players for Max, Matthews at 66, and Lafreniere at 12 for the defending champ. John, what were you going to say about Austin Matthews?
I was going to say, so Matthews actually is at the top of my board. He was the highest ranked player I had in my model. I didn't expect that going into building this. And I actually did some manual adjustments to his math. Then my model actually said to bring it down because I thought it might be too high. I had him rated at $58. I had it higher than McKinnon, higher than McDavid because he had more room to grow. He started playing more minutes near the end of last year. He only paced for 94 points last year. It's a lot easier for him to pace higher than that. And he's increased his shot rates every single year for the last 3 years. So this is someone who's doing more And in the format that we're in, those more things add up a lot. So I got him in my KKUPFL draft. I somehow snagged him with the eighth pick, which was shocking to me that he fell so far. But I think I might have taken him first overall if I had the choice.
Okay, so fifth overall would be great for anybody in the couple who got him with that at their snake drafts. So Austin Matthews, $66 is the third highest total so far, behind McDavid and McKinnon. And again, he goes to the defending champ Max. Elon has his second player, picking up Jonathan Marchessault for $20. And now we have our third goalie on the board, Igor Shesterkin, who we discussed in last week's Schmore Goalies Board episode in pretty great detail, I think, is a guy who we're just not sure how much of a workload he can carry, but we both feel confident that with whatever workload he gets, he should be able to put up some really fantastic numbers.
He's the ultimate in small sample size, right, Brian? Like, he played, 12 games last year and just blew the doors off. And everyone's like, this is the greatest guy ever. But if you notice Samsonov in Washington, he did the same thing to start too. But he wound up playing more games and kind of fell off at the end. So people cooled off on him a little. So I do wonder what will happen at the beginning of this year with Shesterkin. Will he live up to that impossible to live up to hype that he has?
Well, I know that Ben will be hoping he does that. Ben Short Shifts Burnett has added him to his team as his first player for $17. So just to recap the goalies so far, Vasilevsky for $30, Hellebuck for $21, Shesterkin for $17. And, in the KKUPFL, like a goalie who sees a lot of rubber and stops most of it could be really valuable. Someone like Darcy Kemper was amazing last year because when he started, he would get you like the points that essentially a skater would need a goal and assist to get you. So Ben, and obviously Ben is happy because the Rangers are his favorite team. So there's some emotional attachment, emotional chemistry already forming on Ben's KKUPFL Tier 1 team. Here's an interesting one, John. Sidney Crosby off the board, drafted by Joe. And Joe, if you'll remember, also grabbed Tkachuk for 42 right at the start. And now he gets Crosby for 38. That seems good.
It depends on how you view the aging curve, right? In my math, he was worth 35 last year. He was worth 45 the year before and 35 the year before that. So you average all that out, but then take into account like the aging curve. Is he playing less time than he was in the last few years? I wound up at a number of 29. Now he could easily overperform that, right? Because in 2017 he was 35, he jumped up to 45 the next year. So it's distinctly possible that he overperforms that. But I don't know if I felt like taking a risk on Crosby this year. Again, as a guy who has Crosby in one of his keeper leagues. So I guess I hope it works out.
Yeah, for sure. I'm glad you have some investment in Crosby too. And we saw Svechnikov go to Mike. I'm going to we're going to have a Mike and a Michael today. So Mike grabs Svechnikov for $39, $1 more than Sidney Crosby. And Svechnikov's like on the opposite end of his career, right? So Crosby is like the guy who, how many more years can he stay elite? And Svechnikov is the guy who's like, well, how many years will it be until we consider him elite? So at $39, he actually goes for $3 more than his team's leading scorer from last year, Sebastian Aho. Do you have Aho valued above Svechnikov on your draft board, John?
Yes, but I think that's primarily a function of the fact that with Aho, we only have 1 year of stats to work with, right? So
for Svechnikov?
Sorry, for Svechnikov,
okay,
yeah. Because he was worth $27 with what he did last year on my board. It's hard for me to there's not a lot to average. If he, the year before he wasn't nearly as good, he only paced for 37 points, if I'm reading this right. Wow, that's shocking. I don't remember that. That's amazing. He jumped from a 37-point pace to a 74-point pace in 1 year. So I think that's the problem my model has with him, is it kind of averages those out. And then I didn't see any reason to kind of adjust that manually. But I mean, I could see him being worth a little bit more than the 25 that it's pointing at. But I mean, that was already at a 69-point pace. He hits a lot, he shoots a lot. He's going to have to score a lot more to be able to bring it up to that value.
Right. So 24 goals in 68 games last season. So give him, I don't know, close to a 30 goal pace last year. And the big difference, like you mentioned, 37 points the year before. Power play isn't even the full story, but it's a big part of the story. Aho got on the first unit and picked up 14 power play assists to go with 6 power play goals last year. And sorry, I mean Svechnikov. So that was a huge difference maker for him. He also saw a little more deployment at 5-on-5, and that is why Svechnikov made such a huge leap between season 1 and season 2 in his career. So we'll see what happens in season 3. So far, we've also seen Braden Point go off the board again to defending champ Max for $32. So other players who've gone in that neighborhood, I guess Aho at 36 is the closest forward comparable. And then David Pastrnak is someone who I probably would have nominated early on too, just to see how much people wanted to spend on him. And if anybody really, like, it doesn't hurt to have Pastrnak on your team, or at least it won't, hopefully within 4 matchups into the season. But you're going to have to pick up your boots for those first 4 matchups, especially if you're Dustin, who added him to his squad for $45. So you're paying $45 for Pastrnak, hopefully for 3/4, or actually even like for hopefully 2/3 of the fantasy season this year.
Look, if you get into the playoffs, that's a deal, right? Because I mean, he's worth $55 on my board, and he was worth $60 if he replicates what he did last year. So as long as you can get into the playoffs, I'm in a couple leagues that they switched to Roto this year from head to head, so that changes the dynamic on picking up a guy, because any points that he gives kind of have value. But you're right. I mean, if he gets hamstrung and loses his first 4 weeks, he's going to be in a big hole.
Right. So Dustin, your work is cut out for you. Dustin followed up that $45 spend on Pastrnak by picking up the first defenseman of this auction, which is Victor Hedman over in Tampa at 36, which sets an interesting precedent because we know, I'm just pulling up my KKUPFL ADP here. We know that Hedman is not the first defenseman off the board. He's probably 4th or 5th in the snake drafts behind sorry, Tier 1, I'm going to blow up everything, but none of this will be a surprise to you. Behind guys like Dougie Hamilton, Roman Josi, and John Karlsson. So if Hedman's 36, I'm curious to see how much higher that group goes. And Brent Burns is now on the board too. So there's going to be another defenseman to help set the market early in this auction draft. John, how much stock do you give to, like, just in terms of auction strategy? Like at the start of the draft, the market is being set. No one is sure what a player is worth because everyone has their own values, but nobody else's. As an auction drafter sees what other people's values are, how much does that mean they should be adjusting their own values accordingly? Is there a market to be set and you adjust, or do you just like steamroll ahead with the values you've named for players?
Look, you don't want to overpay, obviously. You have to be flexible. Normally, the way these things work is I find people are overbidding. So you end up in a situation where there's lots of money going at the beginning, and it's easy for you to then get guys cheaper later on. But you got to be careful. If you end up in a draft where people are not overbidding, if you don't bid those guys up, or maybe even take 1 or 2 of those guys at the higher end for the value that you've set, you could end up in a draft where everyone has a ton of money, and next thing you know, it's like Kevin Fiala's $50.
Right. Yeah. Like there is always that kind of spike where like it happens where when players suddenly become scarce in a certain tier or level of skill or, expectation, projection set, like the first 5 guys, if there's 7 guys in a tier of production, the first 5 might go for a reasonable price, and then everybody's clamoring to get one of the last 2. So you don't want to be in late. Unlike a snake draft where you kind of want to exactly snipe the last guy in a tier, in an auction draft, you might be shooting yourself in the foot doing that.
Unless there's a legitimate reason why you don't like a guy, like you think he's super injury prone, right, or his deployment is super scary. Even if you're not a big fan of that player in general, I always go, you play the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet says he's worth $22. I'm going to bid him up to $19 or $20, especially early in the draft, because I can't let him go for cheaper because then everyone else is going to be more expensive, the guys that I actually want.
Right, right.
And that's how I got stuck with Evgeny Kuznetsov in one of my drafts last year, and he was horrible.
Yeah, I know you hate him because we definitely had a bit of an argument on our Discord community about him. Probably it feels like already 3 weeks ago or something, but I feel like we're both still burning about it. Now I understand the emotional reason behind it.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're on a bit of a defense run now. So we saw Hedman go for 36, and then Brent Burns went for 33. Roman Josi went for 39. So that seems like a pretty reasonable range for these three defensemen to go. Like Josi 39, I'm just like top to bottom, Josi 39, Hedman 36, Brent Burns 33. Seems to compute to me.
You look at the ADP as well from the Keeping Karlsson Fantasy League. Like Patrick Kane went for 51 with an average ADP of almost 10 in the snake drafts. Roman Josi was going just three, 4 picks later. And this person, they just got him for $12 cheaper. That seems like a good deal to me. Whether like, is Josi worth that on a actual stats value? Yes, actually, according to my math, if you think he's going to do exactly what he did last year, which I think is hard because he had an IPP of like 85% on the power play. It seems unsustainable. And his Corsi was insane. So you got to hope that seems like they can maintain that. He was worth 39. I only projected him for 28 because I averaged the last years and adjust, but he can live up to that theoretically.
Josi's power play IPP is a really fun storyline. And the whole Nashville power play is a fun storyline to track this season because the only successful person on the Nashville power play was Roman Josi. Nobody else was good on it. And it went through him. And I just don't know if that's because there was no other way for it to work. So I'm interested to see if they can share that around a little better, or they really did have a system where Roman Josi, it normally would be unsustainable for a defenseman to be in on 85% of the goals scored while they're on the ice with the man advantage. But I almost wonder if that's just how Nashville had it set up. So that'll be one storyline to follow. Also, go ahead.
Sorry, I think the problem is Nashville power play as a whole is kind of viewed in negative light. So if they decide to change that and say, well, this isn't working, then that changes Josi's role on it, right? So that becomes a little unstable there.
So we'll see if Nashville will be content to have their power play from last year, because the one before that was total trash. So it was still an upgrade with Josi being the only successful player on it. But we'll see how eager they are to try something new, and I guess roll the dice that things aren't going to work out quite as well.
Can we talk about Quinn Hughes?
Yeah,
because he just went off the board. What did he go for?
So Quinn Hughes off the board for $22. The back-to-back Canucks going. So we had Zibanejad after Josi go to Elon for $45. Then Jordan picked up his first player with Pedersen for $36, and then Max picks up his fourth player already. He's down to $128 of his $260 budget in grabbing Quinn Hughes for $22. And I'm just checking. Yeah, that is Max's defending champ, Max's first defenseman. What do you like? Why did that catch your eye?
Hughes is one of those examples of unstable stats category guys that I'm always afraid of, right? So he doesn't hit. For a defenseman, he barely blocks. And he paced for 152 shots last year, which, I mean, he's young. That'll probably improve over time. But his big thing last year was the 64-point pace he got. How much? And even with all of that, he still only averaged about 3.8 cupful points a game. How is he going to improve on that? To live up, that was worth $6 on my board. That kind of thing. To live up to a $22 valuation, he's going to have to do something like 90 points.
Right. Yeah. Because there's just, like you said, there's no peripheral contribution. It doesn't even take a ton of shots.
their power play was amazing last year, and he got a 30-point power play point pace on that. How does he improve from that? How does he go further on that? Unless you
Right.
call him up and tell him to hit more people or something.
Right. And in the KKUPFL, also, we don't award a bonus for power play points. We do for shorthanded points, but we don't for power play points because we feel like top end players get enough of their power and weight and clout in the league just from their actual production and that power play opportunity that they get to produce. So just doubling up on that advantage of being on the PP1 is seem to overpower players too much. So that's why we don't have it. We're going to get back to draft action in a minute. But first, one thing I didn't mention is the prize for the KKUPFL, which is Ultimate Fantasy Glory. But it's also a custom-made, hand-stitched, hand-numbered jersey from our friends over at Cool Hockey, who are sponsoring this show. Cool Hockey, by the way, is a listener-operated enterprise. So support one of your own by heading over to coolhockey.com and seeing the incredible selection of jerseys that they have available for you. It's a new season, so why not go grab a new jersey? They've got everyone from Anaheim to Winnipeg, all the new retro jerseys. I actually just, I'm going to get a Erik Karlsson San Jose Sharks retro jersey, like in teal, back from like the Arturs Urbe and Pat Falloon days, which I'm super excited to get in the mail. And I'm excited to get it because I know Cool Hockey has like super high quality stuff. Everything is made with unmatched attention to cutting and sewing detail. It's coming right out of their 50,000 square foot production facility in Toronto, Canada. They don't outsource anything like their competitors do. They have officially licensed NHL merchandise with the best quality pricing and delivery time on all of their products. And they have a whole bunch of testimonials. You'll get one soon from Elon and I. They're kind enough. Elon got an Erik Karlsson. I think he got the stealth jersey, the black one for Erik Karlsson. So we're both going to get them in the mail soon and we'll report back. But we expect, as everybody's experience seems to confirm, that Cool Hockey has a fantastic quality behind their NHL jerseys. And if you're listening, you can get 15% off the any home and away jersey you order using the promo code Keeping Karlsson. Again, that's 15% off just by being a Keeping Karlsson listener over at coolhockey.com. There are only two ways to get a coolhockey.com jersey: win the entire KKUPFL or go to coolhockey.com and buy one with 15% off. So thank you to our friends at coolhockey.com. And what has happened in the meantime, we've had a whole handful of players go off the board. So we have Mike, who picked up Artemi Panarin for $47. That seems good. John, you can confirm in a minute. But if I'm just eyeballing it, Kyler Yamamoto. One thing I just love about auction drafts, and obviously it makes them what they are in terms of difficulty level, but you have players like Artemi Panarin and Kyler Yamamoto going back to back. So like there's this whip, it's in an auction, in a snake draft, there's sort of like this expected progression, but you have to be ready at any moment to bid on any possible player that comes up. So Panarin for 47, Yamamoto for 11, Grzelcyk in Boston, the potential power play one quarterback for $4. That seems like a decent bet to make. Jack Eichel then goes up for $55. Then Johnny Gaudreau at $30. And Blake Wheeler has just gone to Jordan, who also grabbed Johnny Gaudreau. By the way, I traded Johnny Gaudreau to Jordan last season. We were in the same division. And obviously I sold low on Johnny Gaudreau, and his value went way up the second he got to Jordan's team, and that helped carry him all the way to tier 1. So you're welcome, Jordan. But to be fair, Jordan earned it entirely. So Gaudreau and Wheeler going to Jordan for $30 and $34 respectively. John, any of those values catch your eye? Okay.
Let's talk about Panarin. So Panarin at $47 is spot on in my model for what he did last year. If he gets the exact same stats he did last year, 113 point pace, 248 shots, he is good for $47. In fact, he's made a 51-cent profit according to this. But my actual projection for this year doesn't have him at 47. I would have paid more around 36 because I'm looking at previous years. I even bumped them up a little because I know the power play is better than previous years. But I mean, some of the stuff from last year seemed a little unsustainable. You know, he had a he had less first assists than he had in previous years, so he's getting more, you know, secondary assists. That those are more random things. The way that he uh, his shooting percentage was good. That was fairly stable. But I mean, his Corsi from years before wasn't a huge variance. So, like, why did he jump from 90 points to 113 points last year, Brian? Do you have any opinions on that?
For Panarin?
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up opportunity was big for him. Like Columbus under John Tortorella, as I've, you know, gone on about in trying to project guys like Dubois and Atkinson and, you know, anyone else in Columbus and Bjorkstrand this season, there is like this ceiling placed on a team coached in the style that Tortorella's coaching it right now. So that was one reason why Panarin was able to explode in New York. The other reason was he got more power play time, a minute more per night than he did in Columbus, 10% greater share in New York than he did on Columbus. And he had his most successful power play production also in his career. He'd never really been done huge numbers with the man advantage, but last year, 24 power play points in 69 games. And so, you know, he could have very well finished the season with 30 or more power play points, which totally eclipsed anything he would have done in the last 3 years before that. In fact, his 69 game power play point total was the highest of his career, tied with the highest of his career, which he set in his first year in Chicago.
I'd say my only concern is that in the last quarter of last year, his shot rate fell off. He went down. His overall year was 248, but he went down to 213. I don't know if they changed a little bit about the way they play. There's a lot of new players coming in there too. You know, he may not get used as much as before as they start to spread it out more. They may not top load things as much. I'll be curious to see if this 113 point Artemi Panarin is the high watermark Artemi Panarin, or if he takes it to another level in future years as well.
So I'm just heading over to GameDayLineTweets.com, which is a website Elon has set up from the @GameDayLine Twitter account, which is like the best. Like everybody has their site they go to for line combinations. But if you're talking practice lines and like just line speculation, Elon tweets out beat writer's line really steadily. Also, thanks to Shams, who's a patron who also helps tweet those out too. And so I'm over looking at what Elon has tweeted for the Rangers. Last I see here is Panarin playing with Ryan Strome and Capo Caco. And, you know, like you mentioned, you know, maybe the way the Rangers try to spread things, and I get it. Like maybe they won't need to rely on Panarin's line so much if they do have, you know, 3 lines rolling pretty well. They split up Zibanejad and Panarin, and then like the other line, Lafreniere, Kako, or Buchnevich, or someone really steps up, or Kreider, I guess. But last year, I'm not concerned about line mates at all. So this is just a minutes situation for Panarin, because
like he played in the last quarter of last year, he was up to 21 and a half minutes a game.
Yeah, playing with Ryan Strome and Jesper Fast, which like is good. That's fine. I don't see it getting any worse for him. But I guess you're saying with a deeper lineup for the Rangers, perhaps they're able to distribute those offensive minutes a little more lightly to their top end.
But I do agree with your point about the power play, and that's why it's important when doing these kinds of analysis, when you're preparing your spreadsheets, to look deeper into it. If you just look at it on the surface and say, oh, he was playing an extra minute last year than the year before, that's good. But no, that extra minute was on the power play. That's a huge extra minute.
Right. That's that's like a totally, like, power play minutes are crazy. Like you can score at 2 or 3 or even 4 times the rate on the power play than you do at 5-on-5. Okay, a lot of stuff has happened. Dave, former champion Dave, has picked up his very first player, the 33rd player off the board. Another function of auction drafts is you can just get in on the action if and when you want. He grabs Brock Besser for $19. That followed, going to recap some other results. Jesse grabs Steven Stamkos as his 3rd player. If you recall, Jesse also spent $70 on McKinnon and $33 on Brent Burns. So Jesse is one of the poorest teams right now, with only 3 players too. Another very poor team is Mike, who is down to $26, 42 minutes into this auction. Leon Draisaitl, Svechnikov, Panarin, Roman Josi, and John Karlsson, his 5 players. So a real studs and duds like strategy seeming to emerge. He's got 13 more players to add with just $26 to his auction name. John, do you see like
that's
I
a
mean,
very different kind of poor than you mentioned in the guy before, right? Because when you're poor but you still have like $93 left over, you can go out, pick up some $10 guys, pick up some $15 guys, hope they turn into $25 guys. When you have a max offer of 14 left, he's picking up $2-3 guys and hoping they turn into guys. And again, the problem is, like, those guys don't turn into guys all the time. 20-30% of those players aren't even going to be rosterable by the end of the year.
Right. So super strong core with Draisaitl. I'm going to repeat it again just because I'm still processing this team that's going to have 13 players that cost $2 or $3 in all likelihood. Draisaitl, Svechnikov, Panarin, and then of course Josi and Karlsson have value, huge value over replacement, because the worst defenseman rostered is going to be so far from how good Josi and Karlsson, or how good we expect them to be this season. So that's clearly one strategy of Mike and his studs and duds affair.
Brian, he hasn't done bad. Like, those are all good values for those players. He didn't bid $90 on McDavid, and that's how he spent all his money. So he's gotten value for his money. I think now it's going to be up to him throughout the year. Can he play the waiver wire? Can he stream scheme properly and do all those kind of things that extract the value from the lower end guys on his roster?
Elon has just nominated Joe Thornton, and Joe Thornton received one other bid from Jeff, who has now grabbed 3 of the last 4 players. Joe Thornton went for $2. I wonder, Elon, if you want to unmute for a sec, if you feel like it. I'd love to hear your voice for a minute.
Hey,
are you relieved that you didn't end up with Joe Thornton? Because sometimes you nominate players just to drain other people's budgets. What did you expect to happen when you nominated Thornton?
I would have definitely taken him for $1, but not more.
But not for 3.
No, I saw him as I have a list of guys who I'll be happy with for $1, and basically that's what that's.
Okay, and you're happy to throw them out now as opposed to waiting towards the end.
I don't know. I thought maybe in a perfect scenario, there's a bidding war on Thornton because people are excited about him being on the top line and top power play, and then I could take money away from people. But too savvy here in Tier 1.
Yeah. So Jeff grabs him for 2. Other recent results here. We have JT Miller going for $30, Mitch Marner for $41 to Jeff, Robin Lehner for $16 to Jeff. I mentioned Dave grabbing Brock Besser for $19. Kel McCarr goes to Ben for $32, John Karlsson to Mike for $41, and I believe I already mentioned Steven Stamkos goes to Jesse for $50. And now we have a big number on the board, and it's under Alex Ovechkin's name. And Jesse, with a $50 Stamkos, goes out and spends $65 on Alex freaking Ovechkin. I'm just looking at Jesse's budget. 14 players remaining to draft with $42. So he's got McKinnon for $70, Ovechkin $65, Stamkos $50, Brent Burns $33. Between Jesse's team and Mike's team, which is the other team we were just talking about, how do you feel each one is going with this studs and duds approach? If you had to take over a roster right now, John, who would you prefer?
Oh, I think Mike's team, because more guys with the opportunity to grow, right?
Right.
Nathan McKinnon, it's hard for him to be worth $71. It's a lot easier for Svechnikov to be worth, a few more dollars than his price or whatever, because it's just he could have a giant breakout season and go on 100-point pace, right? What does McKinnon have to do to be able to accomplish that? But I'm glad Ovechkin just went off the board, because that rounds out our top 10 of the ADP from the KKUPFL, from the other tiers.
Okay.
So what did McDavid go for?
McDavid went for high 60s. I'm going to tell you in just a second. McDavid went for 58. Yeah. Oh, sorry. No. This is going to be hard for me to find out.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you. We're going to
$68 to Jeff.
No, I think that's the average of what they go for other people.
I'm certain. I've got like I had to. It took some creative clicking.
68. Okay.
68.
There you go.
Yeah.
So in Connor McDavid was number one with an ADP of 1.5. So lots of people take him first overall, second overall in the rest of the tiers. He goes for $2 less than the person with the ADP of 2, which is Nathan McKinnon, who went for 70. Now Leon Draisaitl with an ADP of 2.75 goes for 68. Austin Matthews for 66. Ovechkin for 65. I think the real steal here is Eichel for 55. Like he's the next guy off the board after Ovechkin, and I think there is a gap between the McDavid, McKinnon, Draisaitl, Ovechkin tier and then the tier below. But that's pretty good from my perspective.
I'll let you take care of that xylophone
right.
as you please. It's actually a nice musical interlude, probably refreshing for anybody tiring of my increasingly hoarse voice. We had a Norm is in the chat over on our YouTube live stream. And when I asked you what team you'd rather take over, Norm wrote, if I had to take over a team, I'd take over Lewis's team right now because he had no players. And Lewis is finally, I believe, he's the last player to add someone to his team, which was, Lewis and Mark were the Marcus/Mark, Stat Attack Marcus. I'm gonna call him Mark for everybody keeping track. Marcus, I'm gonna call him Marcus. It just comes naturally. Marcus and Lewis both had 0 players. And then 39th overall, Marcus grabbed Joe Pavelski for $6. Lewis grabbed Tony DeAngelo at $12. The other teams with just 1 player are Dave Betton, former champion. And it looks like that's it. So 3 teams rolling with just 1 player, and we're 41 picks in. Tuukka Rask goes to defending champ Max for $11. Toivo Teravainen goes to Michael's team for $21. That seems really like, John, is that good? Is that good value? Like, John has the spreadsheet with the values he's worked out. I'm just eyeballing things as I go. So
but the more complicated the guy's name is to spell, the harder it is for me to pull it up. So this is always my problem in my drafts that I can't.
Teravi or AV. Yeah, I can't even. So Teravainen off the board, and right now Mikko Rantanen is up, and that's kind of an interesting comparison. John, just before you let me know about Teravainen.
Sorry, I'm back to Teravainen.
Yeah,
but if you want.
Yeah, I'll just point out that we have one team who's already grabbed 2 goalies, 3 players total, and that's Tom, who I'm just gonna take a peek at his full team to see what he's got going on. Tom has spent $51 on goalies. He's got Vasilevsky and Hellebuck. Okay. And JT Miller for $30. So let's talk about Teravainen, and then let's revisit Tom's team right after that.
For sure. So Teravainen's another one of the unstable stat category problems, right? He doesn't have the hits. He doesn't have the blocks. He paced for 219 shots last year, which is great. But I don't know if he's the kind of guy that's going to necessarily increase that a lot. I think the lines are a little strange in Carolina. They like trying different things. He paced for 76 points last year. And that was all worth $20 to me. And what did we say he went for?
21.
So there, he got him at a good value. If he thinks Svechnikov's going to do what he did last year or even do a little better, there's room for growth. That's a solid pickup.
Yeah, I'm trying to find, like, Brock Besser went for 19. I feel like those are the only other forwards who have gone in that range. I generally find that like the $15 to $25 range is where you can really start cleaning up on forwards. Maybe $15 is low, like maybe it's more like $20 to $30. So my eyebrows always are ready to be raised when I see a guy go in that neighborhood.
That's where the big successes can be, right? Like last year, Zibanejad went for 23 and he wound up being worth 58. Pacioretty went for 13 and he wound up being worth 39.
Wow.
Right? Kyle Connor went for 17. He wound up being worth 33. So you can make solid amounts of profit on those kind of guys.
I wonder. I think Dave's bet. Like I think Michael grabbing Teravainen at 21 is good value, but I think Dave getting Besser at 19 has the best opportunity to beat that value, like to be this year's Connor or Pacioretty.
I would
Uh,
agree. I would agree with that. Like he's a little under 20 on my board, and of course he was terrible at the end of last year. So that's not helpful to my desire to have him. Again, I had him in the cupful last year, and I guess I'm glad we didn't end up having to finish the playoffs because I had Brock Besser and he was injured at that point. But he could go up. I mean, he's paced for 65 points. He takes a lot of shots. You know, he goes up to 75 points or something like that. He's on that first line. If JT Miller can become a breakout star, Brock Besser can do better than 65 points.
right. Right. Okay. So there you go. So that's a savvy move by Dave, and Besser remains his only player. And if I remember something from mock auctioning with Dave and just auction history with Dave, it is that he's happy to hold on to his budget and then just take clean the table with whoever is left while everybody else is crying poor. And Dave's a guy, if I remember from my mock auction again, you mentioned your Kuznetsov pick where you're trying to keep others honest. Like that's part of the strategy in an auction draft. It's not just managing your own. It's making sure nobody gets away with a steal. I spent my draft keeping Dave honest, ending up out of budget because I kept on winning the guys. And then he still wasn't being bid up, or if it wasn't Dave, it was someone else, but they still was not being bid up to the point that I thought was fair value. And it was just driving me crazy. So I wonder if that's Dave's strategy here, to just let everyone spend their money and then just swoop in and take what's left.
You can only police it so much. You can't be the only police officer in your draft. If you're the only one bidding them up, then you're going to run out of money and everyone else is going to have money and you're going to miss out. But I think if other people are doing it too, and everyone else seems to be going for a fair or higher than fair price, it's not that bad to do it once in a while. But if you do it every time, I agree, Brian, you'll just get stuck with no money.
Yeah, you can't police everything. Hashtag ACAB, all cops are broke. How about that? Auction cops are broke. Okay. Let's take a look at what action has happened since then. So we have Rantanen going for $37, Laine going for $40, Carter Hart going for $16. Man, that seems pretty good value compared to Shesterkin as a guy who I expect to start more often and perhaps put up as good numbers. And Dougie Hamilton finally off the board at 39, which ties him, I believe, for the highest cost defenseman off the board. Actually, John Karlsson went for 41. So Hamilton and Josi tied at 39. Okay. And we've got Taylor Hall up now at 34, 36. Sometimes my brain just needs to take a break and I'm just going to read numbers off a screen.
So Taylor Hall,
Yeah.
He was up in a draft I had the other night, is a keeper draft. So he was the highest ranked player available. And I was totally in on him. He was worth about 10, 15 more dollars than anyone else to me. And it got to about 37. I had him at 51. And I clicked and the beeps went down in Yahoo. And I won Taylor Hall and I was so excited. And then 10 minutes later, I looked at my team in Yahoo and it said I didn't have Taylor Hall. There was some type of glitch. Half the people thought I'd won him, and the other half of the people thought I hadn't won him. And it was the other guy won.
You're just making me nervous, John, that something like that is going to happen in this setup. So far, I think everybody sees that Elon won Taylor Hall for $39, the same price as Dougie Hamilton. Right in between, Laine at 40 and Rantanen at 37. It seems like a pretty good bet. Like Taylor Hall, I feel, is about a point per game player in a normal scenario, maybe a little bit south rather than a little bit north. But he's not in a normal scenario this season. He's going to be on the top line and top power play with Jack Eichel on and Rasmus Dahlin on the power play on the point two. That Buffalo team, we've seen how jacked up their scoring can get. And I feel like if Taylor Hall can outperform his usual self any season, this would be a season where he does that.
He was worth about $23 based on what he did last year, which I think everyone agrees was a terrible year.
Yeah.
But the year before that, 41. The year before that, 50.
Okay.
If he goes back to a point per game, I had him projected for a point per game, and he winds up at $34. But he can easily exceed a point per game.
Right. Yeah, I expect him to this year, to be honest. So I think Elon, I like that pick from Elon. And speaking of Elon, let's just recap his team. So he's got Tyler Seguin for $4, Marchessault for $20, Taylor Hall for $39, and Mika Zibanejad for $45. So he's got like 4 players in sort of 4 different classes of value, which tells me that he has a plan. Like he knows every player that comes up. He knows what value he hopes to spend, which is like I actually expect all our tier 1 drafters to have that. You need to know coming in. You can't scramble. You have to understand what a player is worth, especially at this level of fantasy hockey, if you want to have a chance at getting the right value on guys. Of course, you could always just follow other people's leads and, just assume market value based on what you're seeing. But that's an interesting team that Elon has so far. Still plenty to fill out. He's actually one of the sort of budget mid-pack guys right now. We still have a few people with huge budget remaining from their original $260. We've got Mark / Marcus. That's going to be annoying all show, with $254, Dave with $241, and Lewis with $248. So those 3 guys hold the hammer right now. And on the lower end, it's still Mike with 26 and Jesse with 42, who probably have a long hour ahead. By the way, we're going to pause the auction draft every hour or so. So Elon, you paused it. Wow, perfect timing.
I saw the chat room and people saying they have to pee. So
Great.
That was a good clue that it was time to pause.
Well, Elon, before we go any further, I'd like to thank another sponsor of this episode of Keeping Karlsson, which is our brand new friends with a really new, shiny new app. It's called Underdog. I'm so excited about it. I don't even know how to get into it. If you like fantasy hockey and if you like playing fantasy for money and you think you're good enough, you need to check out Underdog. Underdog has everything: daily fantasy snake drafts, season long and playoff best ball. And it's super easy to play. Like, there's a pick'em format too. If you don't know what best ball is, by the way, it's the new hotness. I think it's a season long game where you draft a team like you normally do, but that's it. Like, it's a set and forget league. So if you love to draft and then like in-season management is like, you could take it or leave it, get in all these best ball leagues. There's no in-season roster management. Underdog automatically picks your best performers each week, which saves you the trouble of, setting your lineups or remembering or forgetting, or also the tilt of choosing who to sit or start. So NHL best ball leagues, there's still time to join them on Underdog this season. Also, their pick'em game, you pick over or under on player props or fantasy projections. You pick 4 right to deck couple your money. That's whatever 10 times is. You get 5 right to win 20 times. Simple as that. Also, the team behind Underdog is most of the same team that our listeners might remember as the ones who built and sold the app Draft over at draft.com. They started Underdog 9 months ago, have investments from people like Mark Cuban. So if you're a Dallas Mavericks fan, you might be particularly attached to the app. So go ahead and look up Underdog Fantasy in your app store or go to underdogfantasy.com. After you make your first deposit, enter our code Karlsson, like Eric's last name with a K and 2 S's, to support the show. With our code, they'll honor a money back guarantee that they offer, which is that if you love Underdog let me say this right. If you don't love Underdog during your first month, they're going to refund you up to $100. So you can try it risk-free with promo code KARLSSON. Again, that's Underdog Fantasy in your app store or underdogfantasy.com. Elon, welcome. How are you feeling an hour into this draft?
It's tricky, right? I don't have any defense or goalie. I'm happy to have some stars, right? So I have Hall and I have Zibanejad, and then I have Marchessault, who's a middle tier guy, and then I have Tyler Seguin, who hopefully will come back soon. Dallas, I don't think you've mentioned yet how like already some weird COVID stuff happening, and Dallas is games have been delayed, which is obviously really sad. I do think that potentially if Dallas gets some extra games later on in the season, once Tyler Seguin is back, I'm hoping to get a couple extra games from him then. So I don't know. I'm feeling okay. How are you feeling?
Brian hyped you up like you had a plan. You were sticking to your plan. You did this and you did that, and the way you balanced your roster.
It's true. I mean, I have values just like you, John, and I don't know if they're accurate or correct. And then the thing is, you can't only have values for players, because then next thing you know, I could spend all my money on like good value, but then and then have to get a bunch of $1 guys. So I sort of have values, and then I also have sort of a plan of like how much I want to spend on each roster spot. So like I had like a spot for around $20 forward that I put Marchessault in. So we'll see now if there's other $20 forwards that I'll be like, man, I could have gotten whoever, Crosby, if he hadn't been taken. So then it would be regretful. So that's the thing with auction drafts, right? Like if it's a snake draft, I could know that each pick I made, I'm happy with it because that was the player I wanted. An auction draft, I could think I'm doing well, but then if all of a sudden the players that I have ranked higher go for money that I no longer have because I've already allocated it to Jonathan Marchessault, then I did poorly. So there's like kind of no way to know. I'm sure like there's some people who have an idea of how to like be an expert in auction drafts and manage that, but I don't know. It's not me. It's just like I have these values. I hope that I'm getting the players for good value, and then I'll find out later if I was smart or dumb, depending on what happens with the rest of the. One thing I will say about this auction is a lot of money seems to be going off the board. Like, I think a lot of players have gone for more than I expected them to, which makes me a little nervous because that means that there's going to be some good deals later on, and so maybe my $20 Marchessault, which seemed like a decent deal for me at the time, might not even be a good deal because there's going to be so many deals later on as the money runs out. But that's it for me.
Okay. Yeah.
But you feel like you've been sticking to your plan so far.
Yeah, as best I can. I actually did overbid on Hamilton, like more than my value is. I just got excited, but then I ended up getting overbid on him. So I guess in the end it was okay, but I almost spent like 48 on him when I was planning to only spend like 41. I don't remember what the exact numbers were, but I did a really high bid, and then right away I was kicking myself, but I got outbid, so it didn't matter. Oh, I got a draft. Bye.
Yeah, the draft is back on. The pause is over. Thank you, Elon, for your feedback. Yeah, so you can hear from Elon that like there is an emotion to this. Like, the idea is you come in cold and calculated, you've got your spreadsheet and you trust it, but then someone like Dougie Hamilton comes up and you get excited, and then you're either happy or like relieved or really disappointed suddenly when he goes for more than you were willing to spend, but you almost spent that same amount on him. Elon, by the way, finished 4th last season in Tier 1, and the previous 2 years he won Tier 2, but he stayed in Tier 2 so that he and I wouldn't end up playing in Tier 1 together, because I always fear that will damage the amount of advice we feel comfortable sharing on the show. Although at this point, I trust that won't happen. Yeah.
I want to talk for a second about what he mentioned about feeling like there was more money going off the board than it was.
Yeah.
Because that feeling was spot on. So I took the information we've been writing down about the draft prices here, combined it with my projections. And I'm seeing, of all the players taken so far, at least the ones I was able to write down, because I think we missed a few, Zibanejad's the only one that's gone for less than his value. He was a $1 steal there at $45 instead of the $46 I have.
Woo!
There you go. So all these guys, and I saw the same thing when I did the analysis of the draft results from last year. Your top tier guys, McKinnon, McDavid, Draisaitl, they all go for about $10 to $15 more than their actual kind of value. And I think you're paying for that security there. But looking down the rest of my board, I'm seeing a lot of people going for $10, $6, $5 more than their value too. So right now we're in a situation where, according to this, we're about $257 over budget so far. So you'd think there should be some good deals later on. The question is, when do people jump at those? Does someone wait too long and get stuck with, because getting a $8 guy for $4 is nice, but not if you have 12 $8 guys.
Hey, Brian, you're muted. I don't know if you realized.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I did not realize. So thanks for letting me know while you're auction drafting. I was just saying, like, this is why John is here as our expert draft strategist. At this point of the draft, we're going to move a bit away from the play-by-play of each player that's going. And we're going to take a little more time to speak to the folks who are drafting. So Jesse mentioned that he's available. So Jesse, I'm going to ask you to unmute and say hello if you're ready.
Yes, sir. Here I am. Can you
All
hear me?
right. Yeah. So let me just give Jesse a quick intro. Jesse, whose voice might be familiar to you, he's been on Keeping Karlsson before. He's been on our Tier 1 auction drafts before, but he also co-hosts with another Keeping Karlsson regular, Victor Nuno, the Fantasy Hockey Life podcast, which you should absolutely go check out as you're looking for more fantasy content. So Jesse has been in Tier 2 for a couple years and now Tier 1 for a couple years. This is his 6th fantasy season and is currently in the middle of binging Corner Gas to better understand Canadian culture. How's that going for you?
Oh, it's going great. It's going great. I just want to understand my friends to the north of the border, and I hear this is the way to do it.
Yeah, it's a start. It's like the Canadian show about nothing. You know, like I'm not going to compare it to Seinfeld, but essentially it's like nothing happens. Anyway, so that's a great start. How are you feeling about understanding the culture of your auction draft so far? Just to recap, we have sort of called Jesse out over the course of this broadcast, and hopefully Jesse
Maybe a little
hasn't felt too targeted. Jesse is the drafter, the manager, who spent 70 on McKinnon, 65 on Ovechkin, 50 on Stamkos, and 33 on Brent Burns, which leaves him with currently $42 to spend on 14 more players, which I imagine is why he feels able to jump on the show for a bit and explain himself while he watches these more expensive players pass by. So Jesse, tell us a little bit about your draft so far. Has it gone as you would have hoped it would? Or did anything not go according to plan? Tell us how you're feeling.
No, this is pretty much the plan. And, you can shrug your shoulders and say, well, this is a theory. But here's the way that I kind of approach these values, because I go in as well and do my projections based on past years and my little adjustments to it and try to, normalize and regress shooting percentage and all those fun things. But I'm convinced that in an auction, the most valuable thing you can get is value over replacement. And it's not just like a plus number. To me, it's like an exponent. Okay. It's an exponential value. So what I do is I actually take my value and I take it to like the power of 1.3 or something like that, because getting a guy like Ovechkin, who's going to have that many more points than the average player, or McKinnon, it's going to free me up to make a lot of streams during the season. I know that at the end of the draft, I'm going to get somebody who I add valued at $10 that, I'm going to be able to get for 1 or 2, not because other people are dumb, but probably because my projections are. Okay. But there's going to be some of that business at the end. So it's kind of like this top tier that is pretty much full up. I've got 4 guys. And then there's going to be this middle tier on my team of guys I snag late in the draft that look like values to me. And then frankly, there's going to be spots on my roster that I just Dave Betting the heck out of all season by churning. And,
right.
That frankly, the churn is probably going to be my 5th most valuable asset by the time this draft is done.
Right. And just to explain, like churning or streaming your players and your roster means that you are constantly flipping out the players in like your bottom roster spots to either add games in a given week to maximize your number of games played, or to take flyers on all these guys who are suddenly hot. And then you can hold them and see if they keep it up. Like guys, last year you could name Brian Rust and Alex Killorn and Kevin Fiala and Victor Olofsson. I'd also add as players who were more available to people ready to stream, who had guys at the bottom of their roster that they weren't overly married to or committed to, and so they had no problem dropping them to see what happens. Which, Jesse, is a big part of your strategy this year.
If I can talk for a second, Brian, about his exponent strategy there, which I find very fascinating. What it seems like you've really done is you've built in to that model the concept of a failure possibility, right? Which is at that high end, when you're getting a McDavid and so forth, there's no circumstance other than injury under which he becomes an unrosterable player. Even if he has a down year, he's still worth staying on your roster, right? Whereas looking at an analysis of the draft last year, there were some busts that people spent good money on. $28 for Phil Kessel, $24 for PK Subban. Like, these guys got below replacement level on their KKUPFL points for the year. So you'd be better off dropping them, which means literally that money was just completely wasted. So you've really built into your pricing scheme there that stability of saying, I know these guys are going to have success, and then I can worry about the failure rate later. When I pay less for guys, if 20% of them fail, well, big deal, because I've got 8 of them.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's kind of my theory is I want those premium players. It's worth paying the price. I'm going to set my ranks high on that so that I'm going to be competitive. And in the end, I got 4 of my top 20 value players on the board. So that's what I wanted to execute. Now, would it be nice to get a couple more? Would it be nice to get some values? Sure. And hopefully something works out. But I don't think that you win a league as competitive as this one by getting a bunch of $20 players for $10. I don't think you do that by just creating that depth. And some people are going to have that strategy, and it's maybe going to work. I mean, people are, I could finish 14th this year. It's very possible, but this is just kind of the zag versus zig strategy that I've used. I guess I've independently discovered studs and scrubs. So maybe that's not too exceptional, but still.
Yeah.
Do you have the confidence enough to go in on the first guy? Like, if McDavid's the first guy, will you bid him up to your number? Or will you sit back and wait a couple just to make sure that other people are also going to go in that range?
Well, I'm willing to jump in right away. And I think part of the thing that happened is both me and I think it was Mike were going so aggressive at the beginning that, things were going that hot. But when I used my exponent, just to give you an idea, the number I have next to McKinnon is $111, which is insane. Okay. So to me, once you've done, because the numbers at the top end of this are more and more inflated, and the number next to McDavid was 95 and next to Ovechkin was 88. So, the numbers I paid are insane by the standards of the thing, and the projection numbers that I have are even more insane. Maybe those are just there to psychologically comfort me. But no, I'm not afraid to jump in at the very beginning. I mean, that's just the way I'm trying to do it. And, it's been pretty successful in the past.
Just to anyone who's doubting that Jesse is just like BSing and like saying he meant to do it even when he didn't, Jesse did. Like, we asked every tier 1 manager to fill out a survey before the draft, and Jesse did right. That his fantasy style is a hardcore streamer, studs and scrubs fan, but please don't announce that until it happens. I feel comfortable announcing it now that it's happened. And yeah, you and Mike were definitely going toe to toe, building your studs and scrubs rosters. And
Brian, can I jump in here on that? Yeah, so kind of one of the things in my auction, and since I have basically not much money left, I don't care if we disclose it. Sure.
Who's speaking? This is Mike?
This is Mike, yeah.
Okay, great. So
the other stars and scrubs approach.
Yeah.
So
darn you, Mike. Darn you.
So Mike has Draisaitl for 68. I'm just going to go top to bottom value here. Panarin for 47, John Karlsson for 41, and then Josi and Svechnikov for 39 each, and has the lowest budget remaining, $26 for 13 more players. So Mike, tell us about your studs and scrubs and how it worked when you had to battle with Jesse to do essentially the same thing.
Yeah, well, so I kind of do the same thing. I look at tiers, and if a guy is like, I kind of assume in the auction I'm going to overpay for certain players, and I have the flexibility to do that. And I'd rather overpay for, a guy who's worth 50 more points or 100 more points than a guy who's worth 10 more points than the next, best player in that tier. So I don't mind overspending, and kind of after doing this a few times, tier 1, that's, if you want those good players, you're going to have to pay for them. And the other thing is, especially this season, I expect it to be very chaotic in terms of injuries and people getting sick and being held out. And so again, I think, you can hit or miss on any of the guys who might have breakout seasons. We were just talking about how for every $15 Mika Zibanejad that, exceeds their value, there's a Phil Kessel who you might as well drop, but you're stuck hanging on to.
Right.
So if I'm going to miss, I'd rather miss on a $1 player. And again, as was being said, at the end of the draft, you're buying $5 and $6 players for $1 typically. And then the other side of it is, if I'm building a team full of mid-range guys, I really can't afford for any of them to go down. Whereas, I'd rather just roll the dice and hope that my 6 all-stars are going to stay healthy and on the ice. And if one of them goes down, I'm still screwed. But
Right.
At least when they're all on the ice, I should be doing pretty well.
And you say that just as we watch your fave, Patrice Bergeron, go off the board at $29. So going big on the guys you've gone big on means that, you're essentially never going to get someone like that. And you're at peace with that? Is there like any twinge of regret when you see, I'll just recap some of the guys going off the board recently. We've got Bergeron for 29, Barry for 21, Carey Price for 12, Markstrom 15, Tavares for 36, Kuznetsov for $6 to Elon, Brad Marchand for 45.
Yeah, Brad is one that sticks out, but between him and Panarin at their prices, I think I'd still rather take Panarin.
Yeah.
But again, it's kind of like that same thing of there's tiers. So I kind of have 3 players at every position for forwards and D that I'm willing to spend over, their slot or whatever. And as long as I get one of them, I'm not really worried about what the others go for. Occasionally, there'll be a market failure and Brad Marchand might squeak through and go for way undervalued. But I think that hasn't typically happened in these auctions.
Right. So you're hoping that, as we were talking about before, like policing the other managers, you're hoping that everybody is kept honest and that you're not helplessly watching guys. But I agree with you. So far, you've done a pretty good job of building that core. And now it's about finding those bargains at the end. And I guess you and Jesse will do battle again when you have your $100 free agent budget to spend in the opening days of the season to stream like mad to find the next big thing on the wire.
Correct.
And so Mike and Jesse are going to be quiet probably for the next little while. I don't know when we'll see either of them grab their next player. Although, again, in an auction, we could see a Joe Thornton or a Joe Pavelski or a Tyler Seguin pop up for a low price. Let's recap a few more of the results. And maybe, John, after I do this, you can tell me if any of them caught your eye specifically since we unpaused. So we saw Chris Letang go for 28. Matthew Tkachuk go for 33, Alex Pietrangelo for 23, Miro Heiskanen for $10, Gabriel Landeskog for $26, Jonathan Toews, Tom taking a chance on Toews being able to play at some point this season for $3, which honestly I like. You've got to pay at least $1 for a player, so you're basically paying a $2 premium to get dibs on Jonathan Toews if he does come back at some point this season. And Tom also added Erik Karlsson for $26, which just looking at the other defensemen who have gone, I mentioned Makar. I think he went for, it was Tyson Barrie who went for $21. I don't think, Kel Makar went for 32. Okay. So that's a lot of names and numbers that I've just thrown out. John, do you want to crystallize any of those names and numbers with
Absolutely.
one or two?
Absolutely. So let's start with, of the names that you just mentioned, one of those names in there was the biggest underperformer last year based on their draft price in tier 1.
Was it Evgeny Kuznetsov?
That is the other guy I want to talk about. No. Okay. Although by the end of the year, he did become unrosterable, but no, based on draft price versus actual value given. So this person wasn't unrosterable, but biggest drop in value.
Okay, so people paid too much for them. That's
exactly.
What you're saying?
This guy went for $44 last year, and based on the stats he actually gave, which was only about four and a quarter, a little less than that, cupful points per game, was only worth 10.
Tyson Barrie?
No, you're in the right type of player. But
don't tell me it was Erik Karlsson.
Yes, there we go. I was just going to give you a hint that you should really know who this is.
I could never acknowledge it.
Erik Karlsson.
Okay,
Erik
so
Karlsson
tell me why.
Did not have a good year last year. right?
Right.
His shot rates went down, his points went down, his everything was just down, and he wound up only being worth about $11, and someone paid $44 for him, which from my perspective was an overpay even then, because like in 2018 he was only worth 25. He was a $41 player in 2015 when he got an 82 point pace and 248 shots, right?
Right.
Like he's just not doing that right now. So I'm not sure what you're counting on him to bounce back to here. If you're like last year, when you're paying $44 for him, even that was an overpay. And what did he go for this year?
26.
Right. So the 26, on the other hand, is you're saying, okay, I think he can bounce back to being what he was in 2018, which is not unfeasible, right? Like it sounds like he's feeling better than he has before.
Right.
So maybe he starts shooting more and starts getting more points. A lot of his assists last year were first assists, so he'll run into some random assists. So it's possible, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we expect San Jose to clean up their act a little bit this year and have a better fortune, at least in terms of injuries in their forward core, and maybe understand the team that they are better than they did last year when they lost a key piece like Joe Pavelski and suddenly felt like it seemed without a rudder, especially with injuries. For what it's worth, Erik Karlsson at $26, his KKUPFL ADP was 68th overall. And I'm just, sorry, John, I might have wrecked your ADP spreadsheet by putting the 26 in the wrong part. He goes for $5 more than Tyson Barrie, who was drafted on average 70th overall. And I'm looking at the other defensemen, $4 more than Quinn Hughes, who was drafted 58th overall. So about 10 spots ahead. I'm not sure if I can make like any conclusions on his value from that, but just interesting to see that we're not seeing a totally linear pattern for KKUPFL ADPs in auction value.
Well, and that's the problem, right? An auction is so fast, everything's happening. At the end of the night, you don't have the slightest clue who other guys have on their team or what happened. You're just trying to build your own team. So it's really hard to keep track of, oh, that guy went for so much more before. Should I really bid this much on this guy now? You end up being a little more in the moment, I think, than you would if it were some type of like slower draft.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like you said, laser focused on your own squad and little sense of what else is happening. Of course, you keep an eye on like what other positions owners have, but it's less predictable who's going to go next because it could literally be anyone. It's not probably one of the next 5 or 10 guys that you have in your queue. I'm just going to take this moment to invite anybody who is drafting, if you'd like. You can unmute yourself and say hello if you want to have a little chat or not. I know you're busy. It's crazy that you might even be listening to this live. So I'm going to recap the roster in the meantime of a couple notables. So Elon, we already mentioned, had Taylor Hall for $39. He's since added Seth Jones for $17. We mentioned Kuznetsov for $6 and John Tavares for $36, as well as Jacob Markstrom as a goalie for $15. Defending champ Max is down to $68, but he has the most players, tied with Tom, for the most players on his roster. They both have 7, but Tom has $40 more remaining. But defending champ Max has Austin Matthews, Braden Point, Lafreniere, and he's also added Mikko Rantanen, Quinn Hughes, and then a couple goalies, Tuukka Rask for $11 and Carey Price for $12. I like that. I mean, I like that in terms of relative value. I like what Price and Rask do. I don't know if I should ask you about them, John, since you said one thing your spreadsheet was missing is goalie data.
Yeah, I don't project goalies, but at least what you can do is look at what's happened in this draft. And Carter Hart, I think, went for 16 or something like that. Like, yeah, Rask, okay, maybe Hart plays more games, but Rask is a pretty solid long-term goalie for $11.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And then like, if you assume that Rask is worth $11, then Carey Price playing more often and potentially with decent numbers on a good team could easily be worth $12. So that is defending champ Max's squad. Let's look at we haven't mentioned Ben's name for a bit. Short Shifts Ben. He has an interesting roster so far. I'm not sure how much I love it.
Don't
there's
be
room.
mean to me.
Sorry, there's a lot of room for players to overperform their value. How about that? You've got Kyler Yamamoto for 11, Matt Grishlik for 4, Kel McCarr for 32, Dougie Hamilton for 39. So you've spent the large majority of your budget on defense so far. And if I'm doing the math quickly in my head, you spent $75 on Grishlik, McCarr, and Hamilton, which honestly sounds okay to me. And then Shesterkin for $17. Because I heard your voice, are you ready? Do you want to talk about it?
Maybe.
Okay.
Depends on if you're going to be nice to me about it.
Ben, of
I'll
course.
say this. Let me say this.
Yeah.
Kyler Yamamoto is one of only like 2 people so far off the board that have gone for less than what I had them projected for. So
There you
to
go.
me, that is a solid deal.
John,
Yeah, I really like him.
welcome to short shift anytime, bud.
Look,
yeah. So
his,
Ben,
his pace last year is going to be hard to maintain. He had like a 25% shooting percentage. You got to think that comes down a little bit, but he seems to be in a good position there.
we're also watching really closely to see if he can. So far, he doesn't seem to have a spot on the top power play that's his. He was really like, we want to see him on the power play. He had like a 5-game run on it last season where he did a little bit of damage. He picked up a couple points. Be nice to see that stick without needing injuries to make it happen. So Ben,
I believe he was playing behind the net last night in training camp on the top unit.
yeah, I think I should look this up. I think the last line combo I saw was he and Alex, of course, freaking Alex Chiasson are like swapping out on that top unit right now, which is just like, come on, like either boost Yamamoto's fantasy value or like.
I have a guess who will
does
win
nothing.
that.
I guess your guess is Yamamoto.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But let me like praise you there. Like finding these kind of players that have that room to grow.
Yeah.
You know, he paced for 79 points last year. It was only 27 games, but he only paced for 6 power play points, right? So there's the growth opportunity. If you're paying full value for a guy who had 30 power play points last year, where are you expecting the growth to come from? You have to find it from some metric somewhere.
Right.
Can I poo-poo something for a sec?
Please. Just after I was going to
fun.
promise Ben that, like, I have so much faith in you. I'm in no position to critique your team. Elon, come poo-poo.
I'll just say that last year when Yamamoto had that amazing even strength point pace, that was with Draisaitl and Nugent Hopkins, but the latest lines have Draisaitl and Yamamoto playing with Dominic Cahoon, which is a bit of a downgrade.
Right. Which, like, again, could be into, like, there's moving pieces here. At least there are pieces in Edmonton, as there haven't been in the past. But like, I could see Cahoon jumping up with McDavid and Cassian if Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is more useful on the second line. But I absolutely hear what you're saying, that Yamamoto is not necessarily even in line for the same sort of deployment that he destroyed it in last year. Ben, I don't know if you're ready to come on, because you just got an added Alex Barkov for $31 to your roster, which
I did.
Yeah. So before you even talk about it, I keep saying that, and then you're like not even getting a chance to talk. I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to stop talking, and the floor is yours. The latest lines in Florida, super interesting. You've got Alex Barkov not playing with Huberdeau, not playing with Dadonov, of course, because he's on another team, playing with Anthony Duclair and Carter Verhaeghe, I guess is how I'm going to pronounce it.
Verhaeghe.
Verhaeghe. So a lot of heavy lifting. I think Barkov is totally capable of doing it. And of course, these aren't set in stone, but that's just something to consider when we're valuing Alex Barkov this year. Okay, so that's my thought on Barkov. Ben, you have the floor to talk about your roster as a whole, or Barkov specifically. Go for it.
Yeah, I didn't come in planning to get Barkov. And I honestly, besides kind of eyeballing and basically I took my projections and then eyeballed relative value. Besides doing that, I didn't do it. I'm not a big auction draft guy, so I didn't have a ton of strategy. I figured I would play the market as it came. And I just, as many people have said, the forwards were going at much higher than I had them, and defensemen at the beginning were not. So I just saw a lot of value there, and I didn't plan to come out with two of the two of my top 5 defensemen, but I'm pretty happy to have Hamilton and Makar. And then I, as you said, I don't have a ton of forwards right now. So Barkov was the last one in a tier for me. And I just wanted to make sure that I got somebody at that level.
Who else was in that tier? Just out of curiosity.
It's Bergeron, Point, and Barkov.
Okay, so Bergeron, I remember, went for 29. Point went for like 32. For 32. Okay, so like your tier all went for similar values. So you've at least got players valued right. And I like I like the Yamamoto pick for the reason John was saying. Like, there is that room to grow. And you did the same thing with Grzelcyk at $4. That's someone who can vastly outperform that number if they can hold on to a top power play spot that seems to be up for grabs. How confident are you that Grzelcyk is on your roster all season?
That's a great question. I think probably like 25%. I'm not gonna, hold on to him beyond the moment that he's not on that top power play in Boston.
Right. So it could be a quick drop, but like not a lot of money to bet. Again, I see each player's worth $1 minimum. So you paid a $3 premium to take for a pretty decent lotto ticket.
And I've been reading a lot out of Boston because I find the Grzelcyk McAvoy conversation so interesting. And I was definitely somebody who, and not to blow up somebody, a McAvoy truth or spot here, although they're my opponents, so I guess I am. I was definitely somebody who thought for sure that McAvoy was going to get that spot all off season, but they really want to, I have to nominate somebody.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Ben.
And talk about Morgan Riley. Ask John if Morgan Riley is a good deal.
Okay, Elon is asking them this specifically because Elon just got Morgan Riley for $22 to add to his decor. That includes Seth Jones at 17. So Jones and Riley combined for the price of one Dougie Hamilton / Roman Josi. John, will you do Elon a favor and answer his question?
So we've got the ultimate two things when it comes to value, right? We have stable stats categories and we have deployment. And Morgan Riley is dealing with both of those situations. Deployment, right? Last year, Tyson Barrie was around. He had a down year. His stats last year were only worth $9. Year before, when he paced for 72 points, he was worth $27. So where does that come in the middle? The good news is you haven't overpaid for him because you paid what, 22 or something?
Yeah.
So you haven't overpaid his peak performance, and he could very easily get back to that. But what is his floor? As evidenced by last year's $9 and the fact that in the last 18 games of last season, he paced for a value of $4. He doesn't hit a lot for a defenseman. He blocks some, but not a ton. His shot rates have been increasing, so that's a good sign. But his floor is hard to come by, right? Like he could easily sink down to that $9 level.
I'll add in that the year he hit that $27 value on your sheet, John, he had 20 goals. Like was on pace for 20 goals, which is not the game he plays. And of course, that's like quick math, like 85 KKUPFL points there. That's huge.
He shot 9%.
Yeah,
like that's not happening.
He's like a 5-goal scorer, honestly. Even with top power play deployment, he's not someone you should be expecting to put in a lot of goals. And I'm sorry, I'm going to poo-poo you, Elon, here, because I like the Seth Jones pick, practicing on the top unit in Columbus, but we've seen Toronto going with 2 even power play units so far. Morgan Riley on 1 unit with Matthews, Marner, Thornton, and Wayne Simmons, and then Mikko Lehtinen on the other unit with Tavares, Nylander, Hyman, and Spezza, which are would be a really interesting setup. But $22 for Riley on a 1A or 1B power play unit versus $17 Seth Jones on what looks to be, at this point, of course, a number 1 power play unit. I don't know how I feel about that. Plus, I mean, what John said, $22 is going to be I like it. I think I would probably prefer him in the $15 to $18 range, but clearly his value exceeded that because you had to bid 22 to get him. You're not the only one who believes in him there. But that would be my concern with Morgan Riley.
My projections for him put him at 17 this year. So I probably would have been comfortable at that price. My projections for Seth Jones put him at 18 this year. So according to that, Elon actually got a deal on that. But there's the difference. Seth Jones last year wasn't worth 18, nor the year before.
Right.
Like the math is expecting him to kind of improve, because he was worth more in 2017. He was worth $26 in 2017 when he was shooting more. So he does have that room to grow and improve back, because if he gets on that top power play and so forth, he can go a lot further.
Let's talk about Mark and his team for a second. He has just taken 3 consecutive players off the board, his 6th, 7th, and 8th. He has the second most players of any team. Only Elon has more players. Elon has 1 more player, but Marcus has $45 of budget remaining. More than that, about $70 more than Elon remaining. So we see Mark, the 3 players he just added are Nylander at 18, Freddie Anderson at 14, Mark Scheifele at 29, and those go with Anders Lee at 16, Brendan Gallagher at 19, Pietrangelo at 23, and Heiskanen at 10. So we saw Mark briefly pop up earlier in the draft with a $6 Joe Pavelski, and then was really quiet until after this pause here, where it seems like he's in his wheelhouse, picking up 4 guys between the value of $16 and $23, and 5 guys between those values, and a couple guys just outside that range too. So Marcus building a team that I can't remember if it was Mike or Jesse saying a bunch of $10 or $20 guys isn't going to cut it for me. Marcus is out to prove them wrong. John, what kind of value do you see?
I want to talk about Mark Scheifele.
Yeah.
He went for 29. I had him projected for 29. Mark Scheifele is Mr. Consistency, right? He's paced for between 82 and 85 points for all 4 of the last years. He's gotten over 5 couple points per game per year in all of those 4 years, right? So you are saying, yeah, Mark Scheifele seems like the kind of guy that just does this every single year. And in fact, last year was even better. Like the Corsi was up last year. Like his first assists were higher last year. He should be able to back into a few extra points there. His shooting percentage last year was lower than it was in previous years. Like he should be good for that, which for some reason terrifies me, because the moment I get super comfortable with something, I say some other variable is going to pop up, and next thing you know, Winnipeg's going to be terrible, and he's not going to be able to maintain it.
I mean, there is sort of a new variable for Scheifele at the moment, which is that they've shaken up that first line from being Scheifele, Wheeler, Connor to Scheifele, Wheeler, Ehlers. I mean, honestly, Scheifele is a guy who I think it doesn't matter who's around him. He's such a good player. And I think he has a good enough 2-way game that actually Ehlers might be a better 2-way player than Kyle Connor. So I don't think we have to worry much about like puck possession being a factor there. So something has changed for Scheifele. I don't expect it to really impact his numbers on the whole. In fact, Connor moving down to the second line, I think will be great for Stastny and Laine. Gives Stastny another passing option, and it means that Laine is not far and away the most dangerous shooter on his line. Not to discredit Nick Ehlers, but hey, that's I'm curious to see how this top 6 in Winnipeg. It seems to be pretty consistent, and I'm just curious to see how it impacts each member of it.
When Mark Scheifele started this run of consistency, Kyle Connor was just a glint in Mark Scheifele's eye, right?
Yeah.
He was playing 12 minutes a night, 20 games in 2016, Kyle Connor. So things have changed over the years for him. Mark Scheifele has stayed the same.
Jesse, by the way, has recently nominated Jake Gensel, which is like just classic move. When you have no budget, you want to drain everyone else's. I assume Gensel is one of the top players left on Jesse's board, and he's going to be the most expensive player to go in quite a while. He's already up to $40. I have to go all the way back. This is pick 82. I have to go back to pick 62 to find Malkin going for $39 to Lewis, who let's take a look at the short shifts host team so far. Oh, Lewis got Gensel too. How about that? So Gensel for 40, Malkin for $39, Tony D for $12, Tristan Jarry for $11. Lewis's strategy appears to be draft Pittsburgh Penguins. Like we've talked, I guess, like, look, I hate talking about COVID because it's like a super serious issue and like concern and like large scale problem that I can't even begin to approach the depth and meaning of in a fantasy hockey podcast. At the same time,
What a caveat.
There are impacts that it's going to have on fantasy hockey players this year. And like, they won't, I just want to get out of the way. They will pale in comparison into any real life. But one take that I've seen shared around lately, and I kind of subscribe to, is maybe it's a better year than most to distribute your players across different teams. Because we're seeing, you know, if players on a team like are sick or maybe have COVID, like the team is shut down and the games might be moved to another week where you might have a better advantage of winning that week, but it really kneecaps you for the week you're playing. So being too invested in one team seems a little more dangerous this year as we see teams getting like Columbus and Florida and Dallas getting potentially just shut down for indefinite periods of time.
I'll say what fascinates me with the Gensel draft is, like you said, it was so much later than all the other guys in his range. Looking at the ADP from the other KKUPFL tiers, you know, he was at 16th and there was no one else around him still available. Everyone else was taken. But at $40, he wound up going for about what everyone else went for. Aho went for 36, Crosby went for 38, Kachuk went for 42. Like it didn't generate a strange number.
That makes me just so impressed, honestly, with like the quality of manager here, because like that generally in an auction draft, the time they're nominated, like beginning, middle, end, does have an impact on what they end up going for. So to see that the value of a player of Gensel's caliber is actually steady, regardless of if he's nominated in the top 10 or past the 80th player, shows that everyone's here for real. And like, I also asked every manager how they prepared for the draft. It was a fun answer. So Lewis said he was drafting was that
I just
someone
want to jump in. The reason he went for that much is the people with the most money got in a bidding war.
So this is Jeff, Jeff talking. So Jeff,
so Dave and Zeke both had
Oh, okay. Got it. So Jeff so Dave has $190 and only 4 players. Lewis now has 158 with 4 players. And yeah, well, but he had to go for that high. Like Dave and Lewis were clearly waiting for a player like that to put their money towards.
And the good news is they didn't overbid. They clearly did not overbid based on that pricing.
Right.
So that,
which speaks to like the fact that they weren't overly desperate, which is like a really easy feeling to have, especially like you said, John, Gensel might have been in a class of his own remaining. And so we'll see if Dave has any FOMO from that sort of move. Former champion Dave Betton and Stream Scheme host. Jeff, by the way, I don't know if you're bidding. You just nominated Dylan Larkin, so I don't know if you plan to bid further. You don't have to tell me, but I'll just run down your team while you're here. McDavid for 68, Marner for 41, Matthew Kachuk for 33, Lehner for 16, Grubauer for 15, and Joe Thornton for $2, which is one that we talked about earlier.
Would you have bid 3? Would you have bid 4 if someone bid 3?
Oh, hell no.
There you go.
Okay.
I figured someone would bid 3, but like 2, whatever.
I love that the 2 people who bid on Joe Thornton were just like, that is the only bid I was prepared to offer. No one is getting sucked into Thornton top unit, top line, or sorry, unit 1A. But Jeff, you've come on our show before as being like the auction guru, helping us understand how to use strategy in auction drafts. You called yourself an auction prepper, but you'll spend over your strict value for a guy you like. Have you done that for anybody on your team yet?
No.
Okay. So we'll see. I mean, you have, I'm just checking it out. You have $85 for 12 more roster spots. So I guess you're not making any big splashes. I guess the thing that stands out for me on your roster is $31 spent on 2 goalies. And you famously eschewed goalies. You were one of the first in the whole KKUPFL to succeed I think even to try out the no goalie strategy and then to succeed with it. And here you are spending a reasonable chunk of your budget on 2. What are your thoughts behind that?
The price of goalies is way different this year. Like the year I dropped goalies, that was just because things went badly, and they were just not producing. So I just, I had injuries and bad goalies, and I was getting more value streaming skaters. But this year, like Leonard and Grubauer are on the only 2 good teams in their division, and I don't really. Grubauer, I think, basically has the job. Leonard has probably got the job. Like,
we've seen Fleury go for not very much, so everybody seems to agree with you.
Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty consistent for goalies this year, and I think goalie values in general are going to be tanked this year.
Yeah,
I think in a full season, I think those guys would be $10 more.
Go ahead, John.
I think we can see your impact on the concept of fading goalies over the years, because looking back in the 2018 draft, the average team spent $51 on goalies. Last year, they only spent $33.
Right. And Jeff is down at 31. We saw the team with Price and Rask spend, I guess, 23. So we'll see. Like, fading goalies is definitely trendy. I'm curious to see how much people fade before it bounces back and be like, oh, wait, we faded too much and that's overcorrected. Actually, Jeff, I have a big question about your team. You wrote in your, I'm sorry, I don't have a question. No edits, everybody. I thought there was someone here, Jordan, who has elected to not come on, and all the respect to him for doing that. He mentioned that Matthew Tkachuk is on his do not draft list regardless of situation. As you can imagine, he is from Edmonton, and his favorite team is the Oilers, and favorite player is McDavid. So there's an emotional connection there. So you were happy to get him at 33, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got sneaky value in this league because he hits. Like.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah. $9 less than his baby brother Brady. So I don't know, 33 seems pretty good value for Matthew Tkachuk to me.
Yeah, it was below my number. So.
Great. And I'm just trying to see. Your favorite player, Casey DeSmith, because he also plays disc golf.
Yep.
He's someone you can relate to. Like, I was like, Casey DeSmith, because I'm like, I couldn't wait to read the end of that sentence. So you must hate Tristan Jarry.
Nah, I don't. Nothing against him.
Oh, okay.
I mean, honestly, if things don't work out for DeSmith in hockey, he could go play disc more. I mean, make some money in one sport, go be good in the other.
Well, Jeff, good luck advancing to the Tier 1 playoffs for the 3rd time in your KKUPFL career. I hope the rest of your draft goes well. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Yeah, thanks.
And we have Rasmus Dahlin up on the board, who is one of the most offensive defensemen remaining. I'll just throw out some other. It looks like Dave has gotten active since losing out on the $40 Gensel. He's added 2 centermen, $27 Dylan Larkin and $24 Sean Couturier. And Elon added Kevin Fiala for $19. Kevin Fiala, by the way, here's my mea culpa. I dropped Kevin Fiala last season, and I had totally forgotten that I did that. Like, I'd blocked it from my memory. I was so sad about it, I guess, because Michael, who's in the draft now, was able to snatch Fiala for $3 out of free agency after I dropped him. And I had totally forgotten this until Michael reminded me about this heading into this draft. So
in the last 20 games of last year, he paced for 111 points and 324 shots on goal. Now, admittedly, it was on a 17% shooting percentage and 100% IPP on the power play, but that was a pretty impressive run at the end.
Yeah. And the but you added is like, but like some of it was like a good chunk of that was for real. He and Brian Rust last year, it was just like, what's the deal with these guys? Like, can they? And usually I see more of a Killorn doing it where it's like, okay, I see why he's doing it and I see why it's not going to last. But Rust and Fiala, there was nothing for me to find in their numbers that said they weren't just going to keep doing what they were doing, of course, or at least some close version to what they're doing, that they hadn't broken out for real. So Rust is still on the board. Elon got Fiala for 19. I'm curious to see.
Which is good. I had him down for 17, and he was worth 19 last year. If he gets 111 points, he's worth 58. So.
Yeah. So we're going for 111 point Kevin Fiala. No one, of course, is concerned by the lack of centermen at this point. Where do I want to go from here?
Why do you say no one's concerned? Like, he would have gone for a lot higher, I think, if he had like 19 isn't that much money.
That was more of a reference to the fact that, like, I bring it up constantly and you don't seem to care.
Oh, I mean, I care a little bit. But
so the last wild lines, by the way, Fiala's behind the 8 ball. He's not playing with Kaprizov or Parisi. He's playing with Nick Bonino and Marcus Johansson on the quote unquote second line. Of course, he's still on the top power play unit, but that is something to keep an eye on. If Fiala, like, I actually feel like Fiala could be a guy out of Fiala, Kaprizov, and Parise. If you're going to put one of them on an island, I would try Kevin Fiala there. He's the one I have the most faith in being able to pull his own line and not be dependent on having at least one other high-end guy with him. And here come the tweets and emails saying that Zach Parise does not count as a high-end guy. I know, but like he's more than what else the Wild have on their roster.
It helps that he clearly has a desire to shoot the puck, which means he can do things on his own, right? The lack of hits and blocks makes it, his shots are the one stable stat that he's working with. So he's got to keep those up to keep his value.
Yeah.
And you look at Nick Bonino and Marcus Johansson. It's like, who else is going to shoot? It's going to be just Fiala 10 shots a game.
And you would hope that Bonino and Johansson aren't just like anchors, right? They're both reasonably decent two-way players who, Fiala isn't going to be dragging with him. Hopefully, they can just be good enough to have decent puck possession numbers with Fiala while they're all on the ice. And then Fiala, can be the trigger man. Tom, I see you want to jump in. I would love to have you on. If you want to call me in whenever for Tom is good for a couple minutes. Let me just pull up Tom's team here before we bring him on. Tom out of Belleville, by the way, he won his tier 3 Binghamton division last season, finished 3rd in tier 5 the season before that. So if you're just starting in the cupful, by the way, this is Tom's 3rd season and he's playing in tier 1. So you can do it. It's not a long slog to the top. And
Tom, have a lot of luck.
I have, so I'm curious to see what you have to say about your team. And then I have questions about other things you shared on your tier 1 questionnaire if we have time. But just to recap Tom's team so far, top to bottom, in terms of price, we've got Vasilevsky for 30, JT Miller for 30, Chris Letang for 28, Erik Karlsson for 26, Connor Hellebuck for 21, Ryan O'Reilly for 15, and Jonathan Toews for 3. The two things that jump out for me there, Tom, is that you have 7 players, only 3 forwards. You've got 2D that you spent a combined $54 on, and 2 goalies that you spent the old average goalie spend of $51 on, except they're Vasilevsky and Hellebuck. So if you're going to spend $51 on anyone. So tell us how you're feeling about your draft so far. Any surprises or things going like you feeling good or bad or what?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right. There's definitely been a couple of surprises. JT Miller, I'm not going to be honest, was a last minute kind of policing. Got caught busted, but it was okay with it. But overall, I felt like, and I feel like this year, and I can kind of echo, I think it was Jeff that said it, is I think goalies are going to be underappreciated this year. And I'm pretty classically a guy that doesn't overvalue them. But I think just with this year, especially if you can get them on the big teams, with COVID being so uncertain and people being in and out, if you can get guys that are going to be in, I think it's going to be pretty valuable, especially in that goalie position.
Okay. I want to praise you highly for your JT Miller pickup, even though apparently it was accidental, because he was worth 33 last year. I have him projected for 29. If he plays the way he did in the last quarter, where he paced for 107 points, he's worth 47. There's an opportunity there for him to be worth a lot of value. I think he's really stuck on that first line there in Vancouver. That's really good. I want to ask about your defenseman. Do you have any concern that their legs will fall off at some point this year?
No, I guess I have the same concerns for everyone. I think everyone's a injury risk this year. So I think the
Right.
old adage of like just be scary or wary of injury prone people or the Band-Aid boys. I think it doesn't really matter this year because they could be a non-Band-Aid boy and still be out for 14 to 28 days. So why not take a risk if any year on those Band-Aid boys this year for a little bit of a breakout?
Man, that's some of that tier one brilliance right there. Like that's a take that sounds so obvious, but I hadn't even really thought of. I'm generally a little more ready to take a risk on injury prone guys, but everybody is more at risk for injury this year. So maybe it's like the risk reward ratio is adjusted in your favor if you're drafting guys like Letang and Erik Karlsson and Malkin, who we all sort of know as guys who are going to miss time. They just might not be that unique as guys who might miss time.
I see it, Brian, kind of like how with tandem goalies, right? Like I think in the past you don't want a goalie that's not going to play a lot of games, but this year more teams are going to have a compressed schedule. So like a Tuukka Rask to me was like who's already gone now, but like I saw him as like valued higher because he's more similar to the other guys who in previous years he wouldn't be because he plays fewer games. So I think the injury analogy is like similar.
Yeah. Yeah. I have nothing.
I kind of just wanted to jump on them really quick, especially I was pretty happy that whoever nominated both of them or whoever nominated them put them up so quickly because I was like, well, I can kind of set the price here. I know that people are going to go lower than that, but you're getting them at what I think is like if they don't do well, it's whatever. If they're middle of the pack, it's not like I've spent overly too much on a high risk.
And you wrote in your tier one questionnaire that your auction drafting strategy was to hold on for dear life and try to survive. It sounds like you have accomplished that so far.
Yeah, I think so far I'm holding on. I'm trying to police Mr. Betton there a little bit, make sure he doesn't walk away with too much. I don't want his head to get too big, but yeah.
Wait, have you mentioned the side bet?
Tom and Dave Tom, tell us, you and Dave got to trash talking in our Discord server in the tier one chat. Tell us how that ended.
Well, I think it ended with him doing a bet I don't think that he really wanted to take. So I'm happy to be 1,000 bones richer and a little bit of pride as well. I've looked at Dave's team and I'm not too scared of it. So I'll give Dave 5 minutes to back out of his bet if he wants to, but I'm happy to take all of his money.
So Tom and Dave have a $1,000 bet based on which team is better than the other this year. And Dave, you're on the clock. You've got 5 minutes, and 3 of those minutes are going to be during a draft pause. So you'll have time to think this through. Okay, a quick answer from former champion Dave Betton. You're not. So. Dave, you have the benefit of seeing 6 players on your team and 7 on Tom's and rejigging your expectations. And you're like, no, you still bet on your team now that you have an actual team to bet on.
Policing is a terrible strategy of building a roster. So he can go ahead and do that if he'd like.
Sounds like someone who's mad that they can't get away with getting players at the prices they're hoping for.
Tom has not policed one of my picks.
Huh. Well,
I'm watching, buddy.
So we'll, man, this plot gets richer. I love this. So thanks, Dave and Tom, for making that so entertaining. Tom, while I've got you, Tom, by the way, is from Thomasburg, Ontario. Is a fun fact about Tom. His parents had him and were like, well, we live in Thomasburg, so we're going to name him Tom. That's the end of that story.
That's the best joke that I hear every time I say where I'm from, and it goes about the exact same as you put it right there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but what I really wanted to mention was that you work with the Belleville Senators, and so I don't know if you feel comfortable giving any advice on the show right now, but you work with guys like Joey Decord and Philip Gustafsson, who are like both in the running to be the next big thing in the Ottawa crease. Let's say Matt Murray or Marcus Hogberg get injured. Which one, like, do you have a take, or do you dare even say, do you love them equally both? Like they're both your children, like who might be more ready, or are they both ready for an NHL role?
And to be honest, I haven't seen either one of the guys in a little while because everyone's up in Ottawa, and I'm just fortunate enough to be around such talented kids. Like, it's so sick just being around all of them. And truthfully, you're around all these guys, and I'm older than all of them, and it's kind of weird. But no, I can't really take a take on either one. I know, like, Dax is such a hard worker. Like, he comes in every day, puts in the work, and he really is like a sponge to everything around him, and it's just a delight to be around. And Gus just likes having fun. So both guys are very different, but very similar, as in they know what their goals are and they're going for them. So it's hard to say who will get the net because it depends on sort of how they're doing at that time, and with COVID, everything so uncertain.
Right. Well, you might feel weird being around them, as, you know, them being professional hockey players and potential future NHLers, but maybe they feel weird being around a tier 1 KKUPFL manager.
It's intimidating. I'm pretty excited to win a t-shirt so then I can bring that into the locker room and tell them who the real boss is.
If you win the coolhockey.com hand-stitched jersey, you might have to play favorites between Decord and Gustafsson. Thanks so much, Tom, for coming on to chat. We have 3 minutes left in the pod, so I'm going to let you like stretch or do like to go to the bathroom or hug your family or whatever you might want to do with this break. 3 minutes left in the pause, and I guess now would be a good time if anybody else managing wants to come on. If not, Lewis is going to come on. We don't have to wait till Wednesday to hear Lewis's voice on short shifts because he's joining us right now. Reminder that we were recently talking about Lewis's team because he got Gensel for 40 to add to Malkin with 39 and Jari for 11 as his Pittsburgh trifecta. He has Tony DeAngelo for $12 on defense. Plus, I believe he pretty recently added Shea Theodore. I'm not sure when that happened, for $19, which seems pretty good compared to like a $26 Erik Karlsson.
Yeah, I think maybe the addition by trade on the blue line for them might be depressing his value a little bit, but I think he'll hold that top spot. That's my hope. So yeah, I felt pretty good about that. I usually spend a lot more on defense, and so to have 2 defensemen under $20 that I think can be on power play 1, I'm feeling pretty good about that. I'm a little nervous about the 3 Penguins, but that just sort of played out the way it did. What I'm really bummed is that Samsonov went for the same price as Jari, so I think that's a good deal. I don't think my deal was nearly as good, but I'm glad to have a defender.
Right, at $11, we saw Samsonov and Tuukka Rask also go. So Lewis, by the way,
don't remind me.
Lewis has the added challenge of drafting with 3 children while still managing parental responsibilities. How's that working for you, Lewis?
Well, as you might be able to hear in the background, it's going quite excitingly. I did actually have a babysitter that we've been bubbling with lined up, but she unfortunately may have been exposed to COVID. So we figured better safe than sorry. So they're partying down here in the basement, and I'm in the office working on the draft.
And yet we can hear them loud and clear. You mentioned your fantasy style in the tier 1 draft is your approach was going to be to lose every player you nominate. Have you followed through on that strategy so far?
Yeah, it's working great so far. I'm losing everyone that I nominate, and it's really making me happy.
And a reminder for anybody not familiar with this bit of KKUPFL lore, Lewis just obliterated Dave in the first year of the KKUPFL to go to the finals in what was then like every tier was even because we hadn't had a season yet. But he just destroyed Dave Betton in the Frölunda division to head to the finals. And also Patrick Laine basically got him into the playoffs last season over me in tier 2 in those games in Finland. I think, were they against Anaheim? I don't remember who Winnipeg was playing, but that was a really hard week for me. And thank you for reminding me of that in your questionnaire.
You're welcome. I don't think Dave is sitting here, or else I think we would probably hear from him. Oh, he is here. Okay. But actually, I think it's more tasty the way it actually played out, which was by a single block from our boy Erik Karlsson. So.
Right. For the record, that was mentioned by both Dave and Lewis. This is probably 5 years ago this happened. And Dave and Lewis both mentioned it in their KKUPFL questionnaires. Dave mentioned how he beat Dave, and Lewis mentioned how he beat Dave, and Dave mentioned how he lost to Lewis by that 1 block.
I wonder if there is any pair in the KKUPFL that has played as many seasons together as Dave and I have, because I think we have only spent 2 seasons apart.
Wow. I hope you cherished that time while you had it. So we have, I don't know, thanks, Lewis, for coming on. We'll see how you fill out the rest of your roster as still a manager who has a decent amount of budget left over.
Can I respond?
I wish you would.
Okay, yeah, this is Dave for anyone listening. But yeah, Tom may be the flavor of the week in terms of the latest scrub to try and challenge me, but Lewis will forever be my true arch rival, and I can't wait to kick him out of tier 1 once again.
So Dave, by the way, has the boast of being the only person to ever win in both tier 2 and tier 1. He's the longest
Do we
tenured.
know who's eating? I'm sorry.
I don't know, but they can mute
Oh crap!
themselves.
I should have been. I thought I was muted.
Oh, Jeff. Okay.
I'm eating the loudest thing too.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
We can tell. Dave also has the boast of being the longest tenured member of the top tier of the KKUPFL 4 straight years. So he's actually been there every year since we went to the tiered system. And yeah, he mentioned
except for the first year, because I won tier 2.
Right. Oh, right. Okay. Thanks for clarifying. And while a lot of the managers in this draft prepared by like generating auction values and reading fantasy news and building spreadsheets, Dave prepared by, quote, played a bunch of chell with the boys. And did he ever? We the Keeping Karlsson chell team is doing pretty well these days. I think we're up to Division 3 in the EASHL. 3 or 4, we're somewhere in that range. And it's a lot of fun. So if you're a patron, you should get in touch and join. We could always use a new ringer to come along. Dave's, by the way, his fantasy style, his auction strategy is clearly paying off. He wrote that patience and then dominate the second half, which we're just about to get to. We're now unpaused and we are on player 101 out of 252. Wow. I'm just taking stock of my life right now, John.
That's not good. My wife asked to watch this in like upstairs in the background with our son. And so you just told her how much longer I'm going to be here.
So I feel like generally it's 4 hours, but obviously if you do the math, we'll just hope
it was. I looked last year. It was like this YouTube video was 4 hours and 11 minutes long last year.
Okay. So by that, I don't know if we're still on the same pace at player 102, but I guess we'll hope. And hello to John's wife and family. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. What else do I want to mention? I don't think anything.
I want to talk about guys who've gone for fair value. So just a few of the guys that have gone so far: Aho, Kachuk, Miller, Scheifele, Larkin, Landeskog. They all went for between $26 and $36. And on my board, I had them for around the value that they went for, like within $1 or $2. So we are starting to see some of those higher end mid-tier guys going for their legitimate value. Even Barzal went for 21. I have him at 24.
Okay, and that Barzal went to Ben, so I'm sure he's happy to hear that. More interestingly, John, I don't want to know who did the right thing by getting a player at value. I want to know who blew it. Let's start with the ones who blew it. Who are some of the recent players that you've seen taken that might have overspent? Of course, we're getting to the point in the draft where teams have less money, so there's less potential to overspend. But for example, a couple of the bigger names, the bigger prices that we've seen recently: Max Pacioretty at 31, Mark Stone at 32, Rasmus Dahlin at 27, Dylan Larkin at 27. I don't know if there's one in that group or someone else, John, that you've noticed is someone who might have gone for a price that would have been a little rich.
Yeah, well, I mean, Stone at 32, I've got him at 25. If we look back at what he actually did last year, he was worth 28. And he paced really well at the end of the year. Like, if you believe in Mark Stone, and he's done well for the last 3 years. So if you believe in Mark Stone, like he was worth 32 in 2018, then that's not a terrible thing, right? At the same time, though, for that same kind of money, you could have gotten JT Miller at 30, which I think, well, I guess he's also potentially unreliable. I feel like he's in such a locked in position though on that first line, right?
Yeah.
Braden Point went for 32. I have him down for 27. Kachuk went for 33. I have him down for 31.
Okay, so that's still pretty close to value.
It's all pretty close. It's all pretty close to value, and that's the great thing about these drafts is that everyone's going to have their different perspectives on what the values are,
right?
And so you're going to get this slight variance between stuff.
Here's a fun player that's going to come up, and who's on the block now. Ben, with $56 and half his roster to fill out, is probably going to get some cash spent from the higher rollers. I'm guessing Kyle Connor has been nominated as the 105th or so player, sort of in the vein of Jake Gensel, who went for 40 recently. So now we have Connor going 20 later. And as I would have guessed, Dave and Lewis, with the biggest budgets remaining, are in on the bidding. But so is Jeff in the middle of the pack and Tom in the middle of the pack too. So Kyle Connor's at third. Oh, okay. Yeah, I won't do it live because unless I'm an auctioneer, I can't make that interesting. But Kyle Connor's value is still going up to 34. I'm not like everyone in the, obviously,
that's at value to me. That's
okay,
so I had him down at 33. Last year he did 35. 34 is an excellent, solid price for him.
So he goes to Lewis at 34. And, I'm kind of like, I don't love the Jari pick, and neither does Lewis. But I'm kind of liking Lewis's strategy here and the way it's playing out. I feel like my strategy in auction drafts is to be patient and never go big. But then I end up still like, usually the default when you play that strategy is to end up with a bunch of $20 and $30 guys. But Lewis is still able to pick up some of the higher end players at good value prices. Usually if you wait, forget getting a $35 or $40 player, but he's picked up 2 in the last 20 or 25 picks. And he's got the budget to do it. He still has the second highest budget remaining with 12 players left to fill out on his team.
You can have Connor McDavid for 70 or 2 Kyle Connors at 35 each, right?
Right.
And I think the strategy there is, okay, there's potential for growth. Because Kyle Connor he had 84-point pace last year, but in the last half of the season, he was at a 94-point pace and he was worth like 40, almost $50. So there's that opportunity for growth there. Whereas McDavid, can he really grow from where he's at 120 points a year, right? But
right.
You're also rolling the dice that this guy, like you're talking about deployment in Winnipeg changes, and does he do less on a different line? So there's a lot of variables involved there.
Can I just jump in quickly?
Yeah.
When you say you could have Connor McDavid for 70 or 2 Kyle Connors for 35.
You're going to talk about value of a roster spot.
Keep in mind, we're talking about a Connor McDavid plus a replacement level player, which maybe is like a 45 to 50 point guy versus 2 Kyle Connors. So it's not like as much of a stark difference.
No, but I'm not talking about it based on their like physical points or even their KKUPFL points. I'm talking about it based on the dollar value.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying
I've equated those over replacement, right? Like $35 is based on the over replacement number that's what his stats are worth.
Yeah,
right.
I get what you're saying. I guess how I would think of it is like you could get Connor McDavid and the replacement for $71 or 2 Kyle Connors for 35 each, at least to compare 2 players to 2. Because obviously whenever you say 2 versus 1, it sounds like obviously I want 2 over 1. But like, yeah, that's just how I think of it.
I agree. I don't disagree with that. But it also depends on like size of roster, settings, and things like that in the league. Obviously, if it was a 1-player league, every team only got 1 skater. Connor McDavid is better than 2 Kyle Connors, right?
Yeah, of course.
How many guys can I pick up off the waiver wire? How big is that section of my team that I can, find a Kevin Fiala when someone in the league drops him halfway through the year? How many of those Fialas am I going to find to be able to take advantage of that?
Just wait till you see my $1 guys. I'm going to get this draft.
I can't wait to see your $1 guys. Elon, by the way, currently has about $4.50 on average to spend on his last 7 players, which is, I think, how I'm now going to start talking about a budget at this point in the draft. Lewis says in the chat he can't wait to bid $2 on Elon's $1 guys, which he can. He has almost precisely double the amount of average budget per player remaining. And Lewis also needs to add, and I will do him the favor of saying it on the show, that he got Kyle Connor, which is great. Plus, Kyle Connor is a former Michigan Wolverine. So there's that, everybody. Okay.
I want to talk quickly about $1 guys.
Yeah.
Because looking at last year's draft and the year before, there was a stark difference between how many $1 guys went. In 2019, 48 guys went for $1. In 2018, 70 players were taken for $1.
So what does that mean to you?
I feel like that was is that a draft where more people were spending their money quicker? We're going big and then being like all backfill with $1 guys. It gets into the manager psychology of who the managers are in the league with you and what they're kind of doing. Because there was a lot of lower end guys going in that year than last year. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out this year.
Lewis mentions in the chat that is the same year that everyone spent too much on goalies. So that might have been a factor leading to all those more $1 players, and the money saved on goalies is money spent on not $1 players anymore. Logan Couture just went for $9 to Elon's team. And I'm just popping that into the spreadsheet we're keeping where we're comparing guys and their cupful ADP with their auction value. It's actually pretty on the nose, to be honest. Other forwards around Couture's ADP include Yamamoto, who went for 11, Backstrom, who went for 13, Lafreniere, who went for 12. So that seems pretty good. One guy who I think was just a pretty good get, I just want to see which team got him. Dustin grabbed Evander Kane for $20. Now, Evander Kane went on average 50th overall in cupful snake drafts in the other 20 divisions. He was taken, like guys around that 50th overall ADP went for, I guess they were mostly defensemen, but they still went higher than $20. So that seems like a pretty good get for Dustin at $20, especially like if you're keeping your money to spend this late in the auction, you really want to nail those picks that you do spend your last $15 or $20 on. And now Dustin has $2 to spend on each of his 9 remaining players, essentially.
Look, and with Evander Kane, solid floor. He's not going to Phil Kessel it and become unrosterable.
Right.
Like, I'm not sure what, if I plug this in, what is the reasonable number of lowest possible points Evander Kane could get?
Yeah.
If he was a 30-point player, if he got 10 goals and 20 assists, he would still be worth $4 in this league.
Okay. Which I would say the floor is probably 50 for Evander Kane. So that's great news. And there is something, you and I were talking about this, John, just the other day, about how that peripheral floor is really valuable to protect yourself against totally busting on a player you draft. If you draft somebody who does a lot of other stuff other than score, those other things they do are generally more sustainable and reliable than the scoring. So if the scoring disappears, it's nice to at least have a safety net. They don't have those peripherals. You have no safety net. And then your SOL. Could you have that list? Do you want to share some of the biggest overpays from last year that we were looking at?
So, and again, there's a difference between underperformance and failure too, right? And I think it's important to understand. From my perspective, a $20 guy who only performs at a $10 rate, like that's bad, but not terrible. But if you pay $10 for a guy and you have to drop him, you've lost that $10 entirely. That guy's providing no help to you, and now you got to replace him with someone else. Or do you hang on to him for too long and end up kind of eating negative value because you're like, well, I can't drop this guy because I spent good money on him. Phil Kessel went for $28 last year, and his actual returned dollar value was negative $3.68. So he was actually hurting your team if you kept him on throughout that year. PK Subban went for 24. He became unrosterable. Eric Gustafsson, Matt Dumba, Victor Arvidsson, they all went for over $20. Skinner, Yandel, Gostisbehere, Pavelski, and Hughes all went for between $10 and $20. And I think there's some clear patterns here. A lot of these guys are those ones that don't have the hits or the blocks or sometimes the shots, that if they get 10 or 15 less points, suddenly they go from being a super valuable player to not being a valuable player at all. Are you muted? Or are you just waiting for me to talk?
Brian, you're still muted.
Here I come. Yeah, sorry. It was a few button presses away. One thing that like came up when we were talking about this too, like in terms of peripherals, is another flag you need to look out for. If they're like Phil Kessel, he shoots a ton, but he went to Arizona where that changed. He wasn't able to shoot as much. Same with like another example like PK Subban, who we expected to do the same thing he did in Nashville in New Jersey, but with power play time. And if he still had some of the shooting and other numbers that he had in Nashville, he would have been better off than he was last season. But both, with the point I'm making, is both those guys had big changes in their situation. Like they changed teams. And there was another guy, John, I don't know if you can remember, but he changed coaches. I'm trying to remember.
Yandel?
Oh yeah, Keith Yandel as the other example. So Keith Yandel also lost a bunch of his peripherals and scoring because he changed coaches. So whenever a player is changing from the situation they were once in, this is one reason why Elon has not been high on Tyson Barrie this year. You have to just keep in mind that you can't count for them to, like, stats that should be repeatable aren't necessarily repeatable if a player has a new team or a new coach that they're playing with.
But I will note for Evander Kane, unless they tell him to stop hitting people, he's still going to have some value.
Yeah. And I feel like that's not going to be a thing. We have Mikko Koskinen up on the board. By the way, we haven't set this up yet. If you're 2 hours in and you're like, how did the auction end? I can't hold on. We should have mentioned this at the top of the show, but we'll do keepingkarlsson.com/auction. We'll bring you straight to a list of the auction results from this draft. So
actually, it'll do better. It'll take you, because Brian, I could just link right to the league, right? It's a public league.
Yeah.
So how about just keepingkarlsson.com/tier1? And that
tier 1 with the numeral 1, TIER. Or you know what? Can we do Sweden?
You know what? You do whatever you want. Just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it after the draft.
Okay. keepingkarlsson.com. We'll do tier 1, TIER, then the number 1.
Wait, what if we do, no, I'm just kidding.
How about link to it in the show notes?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. But for anyone listening, you can see the division with all the draft results there. Jesse just blew a lot of his remaining money on Mikko Koskinen for $12. Thought I'd mention that since he's come on earlier, but he did get...
That seems high considering some of the other goalies that have gone in that range.
Yeah, we haven't really seen... I don't think we've seen any goalie go... Any 1A or starter go for less than $10 yet. So in that sense, I don't think it's a huge like overpay or mistake. I'm trying to think of it in the context of Carey Price at 12 and Rask at 11 and Samsonov at 11.
I'm scared of Koskinen because in our league, we don't care about wins as much as we care about, not letting in a lot of goals.
Right.
Obviously, if you make a lot of saves, it's good, but that Edmonton's going to be in that tough division. I think he could get blown up, and he might be the kind of goalie that you're afraid to start some nights when they're playing the Leafs or whatever.
As a former Koskinen owner, I can confirm that is the case in a normal season. So Jesse's hoping that he helps him more often than hurts him this season. Jesse's getting active. How much money do you have left, Jesse? Jesse has 11 players remaining and $20. So less than $2 per player to spend. He's added Jaden Schwartz at $6 and Jacob Vrana at $4. John, I'm going to pull up the lines for both those teams just to see if there's been any updates on what they look like in practice. Do you have any initial thoughts? Oh, and by the way, for John's family, I want to mention that in the chat, Jesse mentioned that the second half is shorter because the bids don't go as high. And so the bidding doesn't go on as long for each player. So there's your hope that the draft will end by 6. Okay.
Oh, and I will note from my wife when I asked her how she thinks it's going. She said, "Fine. I am not into fantasy hockey, but it is fine." So glowing review from a non-fantasy hockey fan.
Great. I will take it. You could drop a 5-star review on iTunes also, just while you're reviewing us.
Download it on every app platform you have.
Yeah, do that too.
Download it on my son's tablet. Download it on your backup tablet, like everything. Yes. Now we're getting into some interesting value picks, right? Like Jaden Schwartz at $6. He was worth 15 last year, right? I have him projected for 11. Like that's a very interesting kind of value there. I think there is some confusion over who's on what line in that, but they seem to respect Schwartz highly there.
Yeah, so Schwartz right now is practicing on what is pretty clearly line 2 with Robert Thomas and Mike Hoffman, and is not on the top power play unit. So this isn't ideal deployment. Of course, if and when Vladimir Tarasenko is healthy and plays, that will definitely help Schwartz's case. And we've seen St. Louis not be afraid to shift things around as well. I mean, you could do worse than Thomas and Hoffman at even strength. For $6, I think that's decent, especially since there's an off chance he gets a shot on power play 1, but there really isn't a lot of room for him to wiggle in there with Hoffman, O'Reilly, David Perron, and Braden Shen already there. And then Jacob Vrana, also not on the top power play at the moment.
But wasn't on the top power play for all of last year.
Right. And how much was he worth?
He was worth $14 last year.
Wow. So a $4, and Vrana is one of those guys that broke out as who we saw about to break out, and then he broke out, and we're like, yeah, I think this is mostly sustainable. So I think a $4 Vrana is beautiful, especially. He
started shooting more. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, tell me more.
He started shooting more at even strength. He didn't get any more time at even strength. So I feel like did something change in the way he's deciding to play the game? And so that's leading to more opportunities, leading to more scoring, being more part of the play.
I'm going to try. I know I've answered this question before, but I can't remember it off the top of my head why he... I guess he played with Oshie and Kuznetsov when in the previous year. No, he played with Oshie and Backstrom.
He's always been that guy on the cusp, right? He's like, he's the next guy up. I can't wait till he gets there. And then he's going to be the guy that knocks my Kuznetsov out of the top power play.
Right. So and that's why I like Vrana as much as I do. There is that upside. He had a 62-point pace from the second power play unit, which to be fair, he probably overproduced on the power play a little bit, but big shooter, say 55 points on the second unit. If there's an injury, he's on that top unit and he has license to run wild. So I really like Vrana at $4. I would think that Jaden Schwartz would be less expensive than Vrana, not more expensive.
I think Schwartz had really good last year. I had him 2 years ago, and that totally blurred my perspective of him because he was terrible 2 years ago, but he had a good year the year before and a good year last year. So
Jaden Schwartz is a very blurry guy when trying to project him. He's had this big upside since starting, but it's been a roller coaster. He's gone from a 55-point pace to a 70-point pace to a 55-point pace to an 80-point pace to a 43-point pace to a 66-point pace. And I only skipped one season in there where he did the actual same thing 2 seasons in a row. Which means over the last 7 seasons, which are his 7 full seasons in the league, not counting the lockout shortened rookie season that he had, he has only done the same thing twice in a row, once. So Jaden Schwartz is a guy who loves to keep us guessing. I don't love that Tarasenko's not in the picture for him this year.
Power play based from what I'm seeing here. His even strength points the last 2 years were almost the same. It's his power play points that went from a pace of 6 to a pace of 24.
Yeah, that's a really, really great point to pull, John.
And his IPP on the power play went from 36 to 60%. So who's the real Jaden Schwartz? And is he going to get that deployment again?
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of how to frame this. His 5-on-5 numbers, like you said, the even strength production has always been somewhat consistent, but also it hasn't been. There's just been a few years where he's been a really great even strength producer and other years where he's been average. And then there are years where usually there's a pattern is what I'm trying to say here. Mm-hmm. I like to find patterns in player numbers. I can't see one anywhere in Jaden Schwartz's numbers. The power play does explain a piece of it, but also his shooting percentage has gone to garbage the last couple of years. His shooting rates have been all over the map. His expected goals rates also all over the map. It's just I still don't know who Jaden Schwartz is.
So I have a couple metrics I look at on my big dashboard of information about a player.
Okay.
And if we look back at his 2017, which was his good year, right, where he paced for 78 points, 62 of those, according to what I'm seeing here, were at even strength, which is huge considering he only had 37 even strength points the next year, right?
Yeah.
His Corsi in that year was 23 and a half a game. The following year, the year before, 19. So
are these his all situation numbers or his power?
That's total Corsi.
Okay.
Total Corsi, not even individual, like on ice, right? So
his on ice shot attempts in all situations.
In all situations,
okay,
were a solid 4 chances a night higher in 2017 than any other year. 2 of those came at even strength. 2 of those came on the power play. So something about his deployment was different in 2017, or something about the line mates he was playing with were different. He was playing a few more minutes back then. He was playing maybe an extra minute a night too.
Yeah, I see career high in minutes that season.
But that's a lot. That's a big jump. I look at this dashboard a lot, and I don't see those kind of jumps a lot where it's just one random year that does that.
Yeah.
So
very strange. And he missed 20 games that season due to injury. He played every healthy game pretty much with Braden Shen and Vladimir Tarasenko. But
that also helps. You got to be careful of the small sample size too. The smaller that sample size gets, but 62 is a pretty big number.
So I'm going to call him blurry for the rest until he approaches anything that I can actually put my finger on. He's actually one of the players I dread being asked about the most. And I appreciate you diving in and trying to help crack the Jaden Schwartz code with me.
Because we haven't done it. We haven't figured out why yet. All we've done is look at other numbers that tell us things that happened, but we haven't figured out what it is about this human being that when he's on the ice, it's so erratic for some reason.
Let's talk about some other human beings who have gone for notable prices lately. So I talked about the goalies who had not been going for under $10, but Jordan, by the way, who finished first in the entire Cupful 2 seasons ago, the year before John did it, and then finished 4th overall in the entire Cupful last season. So he's pretty much the best Cupful player in the last 2 seasons, getting his first crack at Tier 1. Jordan added Darcy Kemper for $7. And Jordan also shared that he's not going to come on the show because he's going to be too busy drafting. So I'm just going to run down his team quickly because I'll have no other opportunity. He's got Pettersson for 36, Wheeler for 34. His biggest spend was Marchand for 44, Gaudreau for 30, Huberdeau for 29. Trying to do this in order here. Hoffman for 20. That's a recent get. Only has 1 defenseman, which is Provorov for 18, Nicholas Backstrom for 13, and Victor Olofsson rounding out his roster for 6, along with the $7 Darcy Kemper. I like the look of Jordan's roster, and I'm looking at how much remaining budget he's got. He's got about $3 to spend on each of his 8 remaining players, which is low in the mix of what other managers can spend on their remaining players. So he's going to be sitting for a bit.
That's going to be tough to get defensemen.
Yeah. When you have $3 to spend and 3 D spots to fill, good luck, Jordan.
And this is where you got to think about, when it comes to your strategy, what do the settings of your league look like? How many streamers are going to be able to use? What do the utility slots mean for my strategy? Because that allows you to decide, okay, when I'm doing value over replacement, do I need to separate out defensemen from forwards or any other positions in any way, shape, or form?
Right. And I'm just going to jump in, and then I want you to finish that point, so don't forget it. Value over replacement is a phrase we've mentioned a lot. It speaks to the value of a player over the top free agent available, essentially. So the top non-rostered player is considered replacement level. And so when we talk value over replacement, it's how much X added value do you have with this player on your roster versus the best option in free agency. Okay, John, go ahead.
So when doing your math, you have to consider, I can get a random guy off the waiver wire or for $1 at the end of the draft who will probably give around 3.3 Cupful points a game, right? So the fact that Austin Matthews is going to give me 7, right? Only the amount over the 3.3 of that is actually relevant to how much I want to pay for Austin Matthews. Because if he only gave 3.3, I could get someone else. So why pay any money for that player at all, right? And so when I went through and looked at, okay, how am I going to build my model for this auction? Because every league's different. I had to start with what are the settings of the league? What are the positions, the utility slots, the bench size, the goalie slots, right? Because forwards tend to provide the most points. So really, you'd run all forwards if you could, right? If you're going to put a defenseman in a utility slot, he better be a really good defenseman, because if you're putting in a defenseman that only gets 3 points a game in a utility slot that night because your other 4 defensemen are filled up, you're actually kind of losing value, because you could have a forward there instead if you owned a forward on your bench instead of a defenseman. So you have to make decisions with the bench size and the utility slots. How many forwards can I run? How many lost games will I have if I have X number of forwards on my roster and they get kind of backed up on a Saturday? You know, you don't want to have 2 D slots open because you don't have enough defensemen, and your bench is full of forwards who are actually playing that night who their points can't count. And then also waivers become relevant, because if the bench in your league is so big that your waiver level is extremely low, then it actually makes it really hard to stream people in. You have to make some tough decisions over value over replacement, because your actual replacement player of what an active player would be is actually a lot lower than what it would be in a league like the KKUPFL, where I find most nights your bench guys can play. There's only about 1 or 2 games a week that you end up losing on the bench to too many guys playing on your roster. So when I did my math on this model, I looked at 15 relevant skaters. So out of the 18 slots, I said 15 of them are relevant. And then in addition to that, there's 1 goalie, right? And so I'm setting aside, I don't like running 2 goalies. Especially this year, I don't think they're going to get enough starts, because if your goalie gets 6.5 points a game, that's great. But again, I can get 2 waiver guys at 330. If they play 2 games in that same period of time, they're going to give me the same amount of points. So I'm looking at run 1 goalie, 15 relevant skaters, which leaves 2 kind of spots open for streaming. And I only modeled it to say that there's only 4D on my team that are relevant. I went back and forth on this a lot. I looked at the previous years and how many defensemen were taken, and what the kind of, was there a difference between like the replacement level defenseman and the replacement level forward? And the gap was not enormous in that. It was maybe 0.2 KKUPFL points a game or something, which only works out to like $3 or $4. And more importantly, I think from a theoretical perspective, if I can start those skaters in the utility slots that are forwards, I want that instead of the D. If I have 5D on my team because I'm like, oh, I need one on the bench, it makes it a lot harder to stream a D in as well.
Right.
Because who am I dropping? Am I dropping that 5th D? Well, if I paid money for that 5th D, I don't want to drop him. So I would rather draft 4D that are relevant and then stream in a D, because now the way I'd run it, I'd have more open D slots. So maybe Saturday's slammed and I got everyone in it. But because I only have 4D, only 3 of them are playing. Now I have an open slot. Well, guess what? I can stream in a guy who plays both Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
And get him right in there.
Yeah. It makes me, first off, that makes me feel better, because I was actually gunning to draft 5 defensemen in my KKUPFL division, and I ended up with only 4. But at some point I did make the choice, like, no, I'm not going to do it. And one of the reasons is because I could draft a defenseman who might get me 3 points in a game, who plays on Saturday, or I could keep that spot open for a 5th streaming defenseman and add a worse defenseman who will say get me 2.5 points a game on Friday and Sunday, or on Saturday and Sunday, because he fits into my lineup. Anyway, exactly. That was a really great rundown of value over replacement and how to calculate it. My home league, before I even started keeping Karlsson, was like a league I could win with 3, maybe even 2 defensemen, even though there are 4 active spots. And it took me a while to adjust to that strategy. When we created the KKUPFL, especially, I'm like, oh, I can't do that anymore. Speaking of defensemen, Mark Giordano is the most expensive one to go in quite some time. He went for $19 compared to other recent defensemen who went on the block. Zach Werenski went to defending champ Max for $13, and Charlie McAvoy went to Joe for $9. Jeff Petrie went for $12, and I'm just seeing Thomas Chabot for $18. So Thomas Chabot and Mark Giordano, I think they were pretty close in their KKUPFL ADP and pretty close in their KKUPFL auction value.
I love McAvoy at $9.
Who do you love more?
You missed the big buy of Pionk at 23.
Pionk at 23 and Sergachev at 5 as well.
That made some noise in the chat.
Oh, what? Yeah. Oh, I'm not in the big chat with you guys. Maybe I should be quoting that more. Okay, I'm gonna add that to my crazy setup that's happening.
Jeff, what were people saying about Pionk?
Yeah, good question, Elon.
I mean, I was wishing I'd bid on Werenski when we went 13 when Pionk went that much.
That's because you thought that you were going to get Pionk for cheaper, and that's why you waited on Werenski, but then you realized Pionk was going for over your budget, and you allocated your money not how you thought it would go?
Oh, more just like I value them pretty close.
Right, yeah.
It's like, oh, one went less than I thought and one more.
It's my turn to nominate. I'll go Power Play 1, Aaron Ekblad.
I had a thought queued up. Elon, since you're here. Oh no, I was asking John a question. John, who would you prefer between $9 Charlie McAvoy? I feel like I know the answer, but $9 Charlie McAvoy and $4 Matt Grishlik.
Yeah, as someone who $4 Matt Grishlik? Oh,
yeah.
I thought you were going to say Neil Pionk at 23.
Oh,
no, I have no desire to have Matt Grishlik. Like, he's the ultimate, there is no floor here. So if I have to have I might take him at $4 if I'm sitting around and I have $4 to spend, because it's kind of like Tyler Sagan for $4 or whatever, right? But if I have a choice between the two, if it's the end of the draft and I only have one slot left, I'm taking Charlie McAvoy. If it's the end of the draft and I have a few slots left and I only have so much money, I probably still would want to spend it on McAvoy because he's got that solid floor. I know he's going to remain on my roster, and he has the upside to actually grow into that power play role.
Right. And Ben, I don't know if you are free to come on, but I'm curious now, knowing what McAvoy went for at $9, if you feel still good about your Grishlik, or if you wish you had sort of hung on to that 4 and added 5 for McAvoy, although I guess it would have been at least 6 more because you would have had to beat $9. Aaron Ekblad, by the way, also going for $9. Aaron Ekblad, as we mentioned on our Fantasy Hockey Podcast crossover episode, super interesting this year, taking reps on the top power play, and also seemed to unlock this new offensive piece of his game under Joel Quenneville, who seems to love him. And why wouldn't he? And we see the way that Joel Quenneville treated Duncan Keith for so many years as a guy who could eat big minutes at 5-on-5, be a capable offensive helper at 5-on-5 while being defensively responsible, and running that top power play for so many years. So if Joel Quenneville is about to make the same thing, make a Duncan Keith out of Aaron Ekblad, that'd be so exciting. And we know Aaron Ekblad has the pedigree. We haven't been high on his offensive upside just because we haven't seen anything until last season that tells us, oh yeah, this could be more than a 40-point guy. I'm pleased to announce that we have our classic $3 Parisi off the board on Mark's team. And Mark still has the hammer in this draft right now. He's just got over $9 to spend on each of his 5 remaining players. Also, with a lot of budget remaining, we've got Dave, who can spend almost $10 on each of his 10 remaining players, and Dave's nemesis for this season, Tom, who's got $9 to spend on each of his 9 remaining players. And Lewis is also in the picture with almost $9 to spend on his 11 remaining players. We are on player, let's see here, 140, 15 minutes away from the next pause. And where do I want to go? I'll invite any drafter again to feel free to come on the show. Elon, I guess the question I was going to ask you, and you can choose to answer it now or just tell me later. You ended up with Alex DeBrincat, who we've had lots of spirited arguments about over the last little while. Me, as someone who hopelessly believes in DeBrincat's upside that we saw when he first broke onto the scene and looks like a legit 40-goal scorer, and what he looked like last year when he was down on the third line, completely out of the picture. I imagine this has something to do with the latest Chicago practice lines we've seen.
Well, I mean, it's not only the practice lines, like the injuries on Chicago just make it clear. Last year, DeBrincat couldn't even crack the top power play sometimes because Doc and Kubalik were ahead of him, but Doc is injured for a long time. So now all of a sudden DeBrincat gets back on the top power play and has been slotting in with Patrick Kane. And he's actually someone that I just broke my whole plan because I had this whole idea that I was going to use like $7 on one defenseman, my second last defenseman, and then like $6 on my last defenseman. But then I just love that DeBrincat price so much that I just kind of blew up my whole plan, and now I have no money left. So I'm going to be like the team that John was describing previously that's going to have to fill like their last defenseman spots with $1 guys. And so we'll see. I'll have to get lucky there. But I just feel like DeBrincat, when he was playing with Patrick Kane, he scored, what was it, like 40 goals. And so he's playing with Patrick Kane again. It's not the exact same situation because this team is kind of decimated, but I feel like I wanted to take the upside swing here for what he gave us in his second season.
In 2018, when he did that, he was worth $26 on my board. Last year, when he only paced for 53 points, he was worth 11.
And so, I paid 9, right? Or no, 16.
You paid 15.
15, which is perfectly reasonable for that.
I like
you
that.
Got to think 11 is kind of his floor, especially since he's shooting more this year.
Yeah.
One of the stats I look at, because I'm looking at the dashboard here, and a lot of things are the same from 2018 to 2019. His Corsi was the same, his time on ice was the same, his power play time on ice was the same. The big difference, his point participation was the same. The big difference I'm seeing is I use a metric where I take expected goals for. So that's your on ice expected goals for. How many goals should have gone in while you were on the ice based on the shots and things that happened while you're on the ice and where they happened from and so forth. And I divide that by the actual goals for, right? So are you the kind of player that that when you're on the ice, your team scores more often than other players and so forth? And there seems to be a pattern to that kind of thing. I remember looking at Alex Barkov last year, and he was so consistent. He's someone that's consistently above average. You know, you can expect him to score most years, 80%. His expected goals over actual goals for is 80%, meaning the system thinks expected goals thinks he should be scoring less, but he actually scores more, right? DeBrincat in 2018, his percentage there, expected goals for at even strength was 63% and 77%, which means a lot of goals were scored while he was on the ice that, normally, according to expected goals, shouldn't have happened. And yet in 2019, that jumped up into the other direction. In fact, in the last 20 games of the year, when he only paced for 45 points, his percentages were 138% and 113%. So there were all these goals that should have been happening according to expected goals when he was on the ice that just weren't going in. And so he can go back further, down to that level that he was at in 2018, where just more kind of goals were going in when he was on the ice. I think there's a lot of room for him to grow from that 53-point pace he had last year, at least back closer to that 76.
And probably getting feeds from Patrick Kane, is better than whoever he was playing with most last season.
I feel like those numbers usually mean there was something weird going on with him that year. Like, if he was down on the third line last year, so he had weird deployment, he had different line mates, something about what he was doing meant things just weren't clicking on the ice. So once things start clicking again, he gets back to his normal pace, those numbers should go back up again.
Interestingly enough, like, he's practicing on line with Strome and Patrick Kane, who were his two most common line mates last season at 5-on-5, but he was also mixed in with Kirby Dach and David Kampf. And it just didn't seem like he was getting consistently great deployment. Plus, he was fighting for his life in terms of keeping that power play spot. his, which he did not succeed in doing for a stretch of last season. So,
may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Elon, you have been suspiciously quiet about drafting your favorite goalie, Braden Holtby.
Brian didn't catch that.
I actually just saw it, $2 Braden Holtby for Elon, which I don't know. Talk to us, Elon. What do you what'd you do?
It's not much to say. It's an upside swing, right? Like he's getting paid a lot. There's always the chance that Vancouver decides to play him the same number of games that they played Markstrom last year. I'll be very quick to drop him if he's just in a tandem, but I wanted a second goalie that I didn't spend a lot on, and I figured I might as well take someone that has. I don't even believe in it, to be honest.
Why not Demko then? Because we've argued. I've been the Holtby guy, and you've been the Demko guy. I just find it odd that you spent $2 on Holt. Like I was shocked. I thought it might have been an auto bid.
Well, actually, Demko, don't forget also that it's auction draft. So you can't like use only, like it's tricky with auction drafts because Demko could go for more. And so like, then I wouldn't get either. But also I have been seeing some tweets about how Holtby's having a good training camp. So I just feel like if for the money they're spending on him, I would think that if he plays decently, they'll give him more starts. It's like, I don't know if he's capable of like actually doing well considering how he did in Washington the last couple of years. But yeah, this is totally like I'm not like saying that everyone out there listening should in their drafts go and reach for Braden Holtby. This is like, I was going to spend $2 on a goalie and I feel like I might as well get one that I'll be happy to drop, but also has some upside to be a starter.
I love it. To be clear, it's just it was shocked to me because you were so bullish on Demko.
I think Demko has more like, yeah, you're right. But Demko wasn't up for bid and it's an auction draft and you can't just pick your favorite person in an auction draft. You have to try to predict what other people are going to go for. So I wish if I had the choice between the two right now, I'd trade for whoever drafts Demko, offer me a trade and I might consider it.
Yeah, well, we'll have to really know how you did with that $2. Like we haven't seen any goalies go for about that amount. So we'll have to see what other goalies are available between like $1 and $4. And I'm curious to see where Demko goes now. Just to go back to the Chicago for a second. Interesting that Kubalik went for $14. So $1 less. He went to Michael for $1 less than DeBrincat. But latest practice lines have him playing with Lucas Wallmark and Brandon Peary and not on the top power play. Andrew Shaw getting time on the top power play along with Adam Boqvist. So along with Dylan Strome, Alex DeBrincat, and Patrick Kane. Wow. What a nutty. Like your first unit has Patrick Kane and then Alex DeBrincat and no one else that really has proved their mettle on the power play before. And
shade on Dylan Strome. He's okay.
Oh, I'm not saying he's not going to be okay, but I'm going to pull up his numbers now and see what his career high power. Oh, he got 16 points on the power play when the year he was traded to Chicago. Okay. My bad. Okay.
I like Darnell Nurse at 14. That's Mr. Consistency there. He was worth 13 2 years ago, 13 last year. I got him rated for 15 coming this year. He's the guy there now, right? With Clefbaum out.
Yeah.
And Barry being the primary offensive guy. I mean, Nurse only had a 38-point pace last year. If he could back into a few more points on that stacked roster, you think he's set with all those shots, hits, and blocks he gets.
To compare to Darnell Nurse, Ryan Pulak, who's another Mr. Consistency with some top power play upside, which I guess is why he went for just $3 more than Darnell Nurse. Matt Dumba, also an interesting D pick from Lewis at $11. And recently we've seen Brian Rusko, which means we can finally compare him to Kevin Fiala, who went around pick number 80. Brian Rusko's 70 picks later for just $2 less, $17. And I think I prefer Fiala to Rust, but I actually made the opposite choice in my own cupful draft. I feel like Rust was the steadier guy I had less to worry about. And that was sort of my mantra drafting my cupful team this year, was to be more conservative in my draft. And then my plan is to be less conservative in my streaming. So I'm going to try and...
Fiala and Rust were opposite situations last year, right? First of all, they both came out of nowhere, but they both came out of nowhere in different ways. Rust went hard early. Like he was worth $36 based on his entire year. But over the last 20 games of the season, he really dropped off. His shots went down, his points went down. He was only worth about $9. And there's not a lot of appreciable change. I guess his Corsi went down. No, not really even that much. His point participation was the same. Expected goals was the same. Like his shooting percentage was the same.
I like your use of point participation. That's IPP, I'm guessing.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I like that.
I write it on my board. I write it on my board as point participation because that's how I did it like the first year I did it. And then you guys kept using IPP. So I started writing it as IPP in other places. This is the one spot on my dashboard where it still says point participation.
But just as like a podcaster who is trying to communicate these concepts, IPP means nothing. But I might steal that. Okay.
So like his loss in value last year at the end of the year, to me was very concerning, wondering why he was so hot at the beginning and then kind of dropped off. Whereas Kevin Fiala is the opposite. His beginning part of the year wasn't that great. And then suddenly he's playing a minute and a half more in the last quarter of the year. He's pacing for 110 points and he's worth $58 and he's shooting more, right? So I would be way more comfortable with Fiala than with Rust because Fiala is building off something that was growing. Rust, I don't know what happened to him at the end of the year.
Yeah, he did fall off, and I also don't know what happened to him. But I do have faith, like his deployment is going to stay the same. When I did check practice lines a little while ago, he was still practicing on the top unit, and actually haven't gotten an update. No one in Elon, Game Day Lines needs to find a good Pittsburgh beat writer. Penn's Inside Scoop 4 days ago, which might as well be an eternity in terms of the work up to the season, mentioned Rust on the top unit with Gensel, Malkin, Crosby, and Letang. And lines at even strength are Zucker, Malkin, Rust on the second line. Oh, we do have a newer January 8th power play from Mike DeFabo, who says that Rust is still on the top unit. Okay. We are 3 minutes away from the next pause. Before we get there, let's see.
Josh Anderson at $4.
You like that?
Let me just double check because again, math in every league is different. So I like picked him up in another league, and I'm like, that's fantastic, but I got to make sure he's still like super good in this one. Yeah, so I love that because I've got him pacing for 14. Now, of course, he was terrible last year, right? He paced for 13 points, but he didn't stop shooting and he didn't stop hitting. So they put him on the second line in Montreal or line 1B. They have like 5
or line 1C.
Lines.
Yeah, exactly.
Their taxi squad is line 1E. But you've got to think he's going to get more participation in like he had 0 point participation on the power play last year, right? In the 26 games that he played, even though he played a minute and 3/4 on the power play per game. You know, he had 36% point participation at even strength, whereas before he was in the 50s and 60s. His expected goals for over average goals for is completely flipped. Went from 80% the year before to 130% in 2019. Josh Anderson, to me, is the guy that can make big waves this year on a Montreal team that seems to like to collect all these guys that can make relatively big waves. You know, Thomas Tatar and so forth. With the way they kind of spread everything out among them, they're a very productive team.
So that makes me, I mean, good for Lewis. I was actually just counting up how he's done. In the last 11 picks, he has added 5 players to his roster. So Lewis finally wielding that extra budget that he's had. And he still has almost $10 to spend on each of his 5 remaining players. Those players that Lewis has added recently are Kreider at 8, Dumba at 11, Talbot at $7 in net, only $5 more than Holtby, Elon, Reinhardt for 9, and Josh Anderson for 4.
I didn't have the money, Brian.
No, I know.
Don't shade at me.
Sorry, I was just teasing.
Sorry, you said Kreider 11, right?
Yeah.
So he's really executing that same strategy that I kind of like. And I'm not disagreeing with some of the strategies that came on earlier, but go big and go home and stuff like that. I like the way the guys played those two, because this is such a tight draft. There's only so much value that you can get, but he's finding some real value here. Kreider,
Kreider for 8, actually. Lewis corrected me.
Yeah, like he's 15 on my board. He was worth 20 last year. In the last the last half of last year, he was worth 34. That New York team was so good, and he's staying on that top line. They're not going to give him a big extension and then dump him on the third line.
This is that moment, right? For, like you said, when you're playing this draft strategy of holding on to budget. Like, so Lewis and Dave are doing the opposite of Mike and Jesse. They're holding and holding, and then at some point you got to collect. And so Lewis is making his move. He also added Linus Ullmark for $7, which, let me check the positions drafted, makes him one of 2 teams with 3 goalies. And I wonder if he used the roster maximizer at keepingkarlsson.com/tools to realize if he would get a lot of starts out of that 3-headed goalie setup. And Dave also making his move too. So, and Lewis just added Adam Fox for $11. So Lewis is basically just, let's see, between picks 143 and 158, he has 8 of the last 15 players off the board. Dave also dipped into flashing his remaining budget with $27 on Anthony Mantha, while also adding Nick Ehlers for 23. And he was the one who got Brian Rust for 17. So Lewis still also, like, even with all these players he's adding, he's not going over. Like, he still has $9 to spend for his remaining 4 players. And that is second to only Tom in terms of average dollars per remaining player. Someone else who's quietly building a pretty competitive team with, I'd say, budget or value players is Marcus, Stat Attack Marcus, who has added, in the time we've been talking, several players, including $3 Parisi, $13 John Gibson, $27 Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, $18 Claude Giroux, Darnell Nurse for $14, Elias Lindholm for $18. So his most expensive player is $29. He has 2 other players who are above $20, and everybody else except for Joe Pavelski between 10 and 20. So he's got a middle of the road strategy and still has $8 to spend on average for each of his 4 remaining players.
It's working out to be a slightly different middle of the road strategy, though. He's getting like $20 guys for $19, and he's filling out that middle chunk of his roster. Whereas I think we were talking about Lewis before, he's getting $15 guys for $8, right? So he's saving a lot more. He's going to have a lot more of his roster filled up with those kind of guys. Whereas this roster here, he's going to have fewer of the slightly higher end guys.
And Lewis just can't help himself. Lewis, you must be having a blast. Like, you sat back doing, I mean, not so little because you're tracking and you're busy, but Lewis has also now added Ryan Ellis for $14. So Lewis stealing the show 3 hours into the draft. And Elon, we're ready for a pause. So you can pause either before Dave nominates this player or, okay, Dave nominated Mrazek, and then, you paused. So everybody get your Mrazek bids ready for when we return in 5.
I wasn't fast enough on the trigger.
Yeah, give everyone a lot of time to think about how much time they want them. Jeez.
It should be like in Queen's Gambit where they go for the pause and everyone has to put in their bid.
Sure.
Okay, can I speak on that?
What?
That's not like a real chess. If you're able to like now pause all night in the middle of the game and then have a strategy session with your team to decide what's the best way to finish off the game, isn't that completely different than playing a chess game? What's that?
You don't know what their move is.
No, but like you get to see the whole board before that move, you know? So it's like they played half a game, talking about the Queen's Gambit for people who don't. Yeah, you brought that up. Yeah, but it's like then like they stopped for the night and they finished the game the next day, and both of the chess players were talking with all their friends, their other chess experts. So it's like, to me, that's like a completely different competition. Now it's like who has better friends, because maybe the friend is being, hey, did you notice that the queen is over in the corner? That was a crazy. Is that
people
real?
who are good at chess are like really good at chess? So I don't know that there's like that big, like nobody who's a grandmaster of chess is like, did you notice the queen is over here?
I mean, imagine if maybe we should try this for auction draft when they do the first half of the auction draft. Then when like 125 players have been drafted, then we all go to sleep. We have a whole night to like rethink our strategy for the second half. I wonder how that would affect the final result if you have time to like, reassess how things are going. Anyway, Brian left. Ben, you muted yourself. John, you're doing an amazing job. This has been so fun hearing you.
I'm having so much fun. I hope I'm not talking too much.
I mean, you are you're the guest host on the podcast. So I think if you weren't talking as much, and Brian would like faint from having to talk any more than he's already been talking.
I want to talk about the defenseman on who's Zeke's Deeks?
That's Lewis. That's
Lewis. Me. Okay. So your defensemen are Theodore, Ellis, Fox, and who is the other one?
D'Angelo and Dumba.
Sorry.
I've got both I've got my insurance against. I felt like D'Angelo and Fox were the best kind of like D tandem as there is. I really wanted to have somebody on that top Rangers power play. So to have both of them plus Fox, I think did quite well for himself, even when he wasn't getting that PP time. I feel quite confident that I'm going to have whoever ends up on that top PP.
Because I was going to say, those type of defensemen all fall into that same kind of category of very low peripherals. Their points are making up a large percentage of their performance, right? So if they have any type of issue generating those points, that's always a concern for me when dealing with those type of defensemen and paying money for them. If they overperform, great. If they underperform, it really falls off a cliff. Whereas, for example, Alex Edler that just went, obviously he's going to have a lot less points with the way deployments changed in Vancouver, but he gets so many hits, so many blocks. Like on my board, even if he only gets 30 points this year, he's still worth $7.
Sure. Yeah, I tried to bet up on some of those more secure floor guys like Pulak and Pionk, but I couldn't keep up with the bids. They were going further than I was willing to.
Yeah, so that wasn't a strategy that you had coming in. It's not you like those kind of defensemen anymore. It's just
it's my new strategy.
You got kind of outbid for them. So other than that, like, did you come into tonight with a plan? And is your plan still where it is?
The big part of my plan was to sit back and have some patience, and I think that part of it has worked really well. I really like some of these. I was really glad I was able to get Ellis, for instance. That was a guy who I had my eye on for a long time. And I didn't spend too much on my goalies either. Grand total of 25 for my 3 goalies. So I feel good about that since everyone else was on board with that plan as well this year, it seems like. I spend a lot more on my defense usually. But when I spent 39 to get Malkin, I kind of had to adjust because I knew I wasn't going to be able to spend as big on defense.
I think one interesting thing about your like strategy that shouldn't be overlooked is like like what John says is true, that if one of those defensemen on the Rangers doesn't get enough, like as many points as you're expecting, that's going to be like a really like low value pick because they don't give you the peripheral floor. But since you have like both of the ones who are like in contention for the top power play, so even if one of them underperforms, that will probably mean the other one like overperforms. And like, D'Angelo was so great last year, unless of course you got to be maybe worried about K-Andre Miller. He's been having a very nice training camp. I've heard a lot of good things about him. So what if K-Andre Miller pulls a D'Angelo from last year? That would be crazy, right?
That would be awesome for him. I would be very happy and excited for him and sad for my team.
Ben would be happy as a Rangers fan.
And so Josh Anderson at $4. I'm jealous. Excited by that. I got to think you're excited by that.
I've always been a big Josh Anderson fan. I did like a write-up of him when we first were starting average time on ice, and just was like, this guy could be doing all the Hornquist things. And so I'm hoping he can recover from last year. Obviously that was not what he wanted to do. And it was odd because he was in the same setting. But yeah, I really like him in that spot in Montreal.
That's the thing. He's always going to be rosterable. A 30-point Josh Anderson is replacement level. because of all his hits and all his shots on goal. So any type of improvement he gets on that is fantastic.
So hopefully he can make up for some of my lack of periffs on my defenseman.
There's a good floor for Josh Anderson. There's not like the ceiling is not out of this world just because of Montreal, but still, that's yeah. So I'm glad we're still extolling the virtues of Lewis. Are you feeling jacked? Like, did you feel like really great? Just like win player, win player, win player, win player?
Well, especially because what I was very worried about is I feel like what happened to Dave a couple of years ago was he really hung in there and saved his money and then ended up spending too much on people you didn't have to spend on, really. And he still ended up with a great team, obviously, and I got kicked out of tier 1. So it's not like that strategy didn't work for him. But I was a little worried about, not getting some of these wins, which might push me, to spend more than or rather have more left over than was worth throwing at some of these players. That hasn't happened to me yet. I've got my eye on a few more that I think I can win just by virtue of being able to put more money on them than most other people.
Yeah, you have really managed your budget, like, I think in a dream way. I'm just trying to see like who your high end was. Like you have 3 solid. I was actually talking draft strategy with Elon the other night. And I was like, I like to have a few guys around the $40 range. Check, you've done that. I like to have, I like to make sure my defense are well-rounded, but I don't need to go for the highest end guys. Check, you've done that. You've spent a total of 30, 40, about $50 on 4 defensemen. Oh, plus Ryan Ellis. So 5 defensemen for about $65, which I guess you weren't listening to what John and I were saying about that 5th defenseman. No, but I think it will help you if like they're of the quality you've got: D'Angelo, Theodore, Dumba, Fox, and Ellis. Although, like, since, we're being critical here, D'Angelo and Fox might not have that floor of peripherals that you'd want. However, one of them is going to quarterback a top power play. So at least you've got insurance there. So that's you have a fun draft, Lewis.
Plus, don't forget that if Lewis has too many defensemen, he can make a trade. Like I currently only have 2 defensemen, so maybe we could talk.
Like you're spending money on a trade asset too when you are adding a good defenseman to your team. The biggest sentiment, sorry, John, I'll just mention the biggest sentiment post KKUPFL draft is, does anyone have a D? I'll trade. Like in every division that's drafted, I've seen it in almost everyone. So you can usually, if you're too rich on D, you can turn them around for at least face value. Okay, John, you were saying.
My concern is if you have $7 left per player, and you got 3 players left, all of these guys you picked so far are really good. If you spend your money on those 3 guys, they're going to be really good too. Like, who's your first drop? Are you even able to stream out of the beginning of the year?
Yeah, Tristan
that's
Jarry
a problem
is the
I
stream.
will take happily. Hey.
His most expensive goalie is the stream. You've got Talbot and Allmark, who, like, am I wrong? Like you clearly agree with me. In every draft I've been in this year so far, Talbot and Allmark fall. And I like to the point that I end up with them and I still feel like I've drafted them 3 or 4 rounds too early. I was surprised to not see more competition for them in tier 1, which does make me tilt a bit about thinking that these guys, sure, they're not on the greatest teams, but they seem to be a good starter with a good defensive group in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, again, wins are not worth all that over much. Oh, hold on, I gotta nominate somebody here.
Jake Muzzin, by the way, going $7. That's a great example of a defenseman with a solid peripherals floor who, points are gravy for.
Honestly, Brian, to answer your question, I think that Allmark and Talbot are good, like really good bets for this year. They're like, Allmark especially, I think, just because he's shown us glimpses of being really good, and Buffalo looks like they'll be better. So it's just like there's so much potential there for him to be a star. But obviously, on the flip side, it's Buffalo. So like, how much are you really going to risk on a Buffalo goalie? Like, when's the last time a Buffalo goalie's been worthwhile in fantasy? Like, is it Dominic Hasek?
Yeah, and it was Linus Allmark. It was Linus Allmark for like 2 months last year, if that. But like before that, point taken. Yeah, Lewis, your first jersey was a Dominic Hasek jersey, and you obviously played for Detroit, and you love him because of that.
Well, I had the old, like, the weird in between two like classics, but they have the black and silver and red jersey with the decapitated buffalo on it, and that was
that's like the before picture is the jersey with the buffalo between the scissors, and the after picture is the severed buffalo head. I call them the.
Yeah. I think my first jersey overall was Brendan Shanahan.
Oh, nice! Just way to go, way to nail it with your first jersey.
I want to talk about the 3 goalie strategy, because that's what's great about the KKUPFL, right? There's so many different people in it, so many different strategies in it. We go everywhere from 0 goalie strategies to 3 goalie strategies. You picked up 3 goalies, right, Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you have a strategy behind that, or like?
That's the approach I want to take typically.
Is there a mathematical approach to that, or are you
Lewis, do you have any idea what the heck you're doing?
Yeah, thank you. I do. I feel pretty good about it. So no, the way I think about it is I like to have the flexibility to sit someone if I think they're up against someone who is gonna. Hold on.
Right. Defending champ Max is the only other team right now with 3 goalies, with the Rask price combo that we previously mentioned. Plus, they added Marc-Andre Fleury for $4, which that one's, I guess he's on Vegas, but wins aren't worth a lot. Maybe he'll be better in like a 1B or backup role. I'm really low on Fleury this season.
I point
sorry, I didn't want to lose Paulette there.
Brian, one interesting thing I don't know if you've caught is, according to the latest out of Roto World, like from Vegas, is the coach has been saying that he's expecting to go 50-50 with the Vegas goals. I know you don't believe it.
No, I do believe that. I 100% believe that. I think if one goalie, I do. I
believe it's a start. I don't think it'll last.
Yeah, exactly. I think Fleury will either play his way out of that spot, or Lehner will play his way into it, or like I could see there is a future where both of them play really well and it works beautifully. And Pete DeBoer is just the kind of coach who would just say, I don't care who's better, 50-50, because I believe in them both. Like, it would be really annoying, but he would.
Can I just defend goalies for a little bit? I feel like there's been so much trash talk about goalies in KKUPFL circles.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So the 3 goalie strategy, I think it's like almost it's not binary where like 0 goalies is like, I know Marcus did a really great Stat Attack episode last year. He was like compared the teams that have 0 goalies have this success and teams that have 1 goalie has a success, like all of that. Like the thing with the KKUPFL, at least in my opinion, and maybe John will have data to either prove or disprove what I'm saying, is like there's a big variance in goalies, which is the reason why I don't like to like reach for goalies, because there's someone might help you and be really useful, or might tank your team and like, why do I even have this person on my roster? But if you have 3 goalies who are good, and as long as they don't like collide a lot in the schedule, like if you've looked at like a roster maximizer and confirmed that you're going to get most of their games, like especially like, let's say if one of them's on Vegas or Anaheim, who have a lot of off day games, and if those 3 goalies are like starters who play pretty, like let's say 2+ times a week, that could actually be useful for you. The problem is if you don't want to be dogmatic and just be like, I want to do a 3 goalie strategy no matter what. Like you have to be ready that if your goalies aren't working out, I think Jeff said this at one point, like there was one year, the year that he went with 0 goalies, it wasn't because he was like, I'm going to come up with a brand new exciting strategy. It was like his goalie sucked. And so he was like, okay, well, I'm going to drop him. And then I'm sure if he would have seen a good goalie in free agency, he would have been happy to pick that person up, because it is a roster spot that needs to be filled. So I feel like in the KKUPFL, like my strategy has always been like, this year I have Markstrom, who I'm hoping is going to like just play most of the games for Calgary and be like my goalie that I depend on. Then I have a second goalie who might be good and might not be good, and I'm willing to drop no matter what. But yeah, I just want to throw it out there. That's like, you can't just say goalies are good and goalies are bad. It's kind of like, it depends who you end up with and how they turn out. And I think with the KKUPFL, you just have to be flexible and ready to abandon a strategy if it's not working for you.
Yeah, I would make the argument that unreliable goalies are much less worthwhile. Like if you can get, like you said, if you get 3 good goalies, and by good I mean reliable, like goalies in the KKUPFL can turn a profit, no prob. So it's just a matter of which ones. By the way, I'll mention there's only 1 team without a goalie so far, and that is Mike's team. You might remember Mike, who came on to chat earlier. He spent 68 on Draisaitl and 47 on Panarin, and has both Roman Josi and John Karlsson. So he went big on defense.
Yeah, I can't afford any goalies right now.
Yeah, so Mike, you're down to $1.20 per each of your 11 remaining players. So you're going to be that guy at the end of the auction draft who's essentially just drafting his own players right at the end. You and Jesse, I guess, will be doing that together.
And me.
And Elon. Yeah, but you only have 4 players remaining. Mike has 11 and Jesse has 9. So we're going to get a mini snake draft to end between Elon, Mike, and Jesse, the way things are going. John, what were you going to say about goalies? Oh, wait, Joe has, sorry, I'm so sorry. But Joe has added a 4th goalie during all this. So Joe has Hudobin for 10, Saros for 5, Blackwood for 6, and Pavel Francouz for 4. Okay.
He also just took Tarasenko for 14.
Ooh.
Did Tarasenko become uninjured in the 3 hours that we've been on here?
He is still injured, slated to be reevaluated in like mid-February is the last I've seen.
So that's an interesting swing on that. Like, again, if he comes back, head-to-head league, so great opportunity for the playoffs there. But okay, so let's talk about goalies. My fundamental problem with goalies is not necessarily goalies and not necessarily that goalies are inconsistent. It comes down to a structure of the league situation, right? So the KKUPFL, the way the utility slots work, the way the size of the bench is, and the way the goalie slots are, you can run 17 skaters, and as long as you've got them distributed well enough, unlike me, who for some reason has 6 right wing only guys right now, and I got to do something about that in the KKUPFL, you can run 17 skaters and only miss out on 1 or 2 games a week, especially if you're using those bottom 16th and 17th slots to stream and bring in guys that are on off nights. You're not actually missing that much. In fact, even with my 6 right wingers right now, I'm only going to miss out on, I think, 2 games on Saturday, and that's it for like the first week. Maybe there's a 3rd game somewhere else where I have too many guys. So this is a week where most players are playing 6-7 games. I feel like there's a lot more value in having a 4 KKUPFL point guy who's going to consistently get 4 points a night or whatever, playing 6 games, than a backup Marc-Andre Fleury getting maybe 5.5, maybe if he turns back into old Marc-Andre Fleury, 6.5 points a night, but he only does it 3 times.
Right. Yeah, you need those consistent contributions, and consistent contributions is not something that we've been able to say about very many goalies.
But again, not even just about their stats, but about how many times they play. If I told you Evander Kane, right, was going to get suspended every other game so that he only played half the games of the year, but was NA the rest of the time, meaning you couldn't put him in your IR, you couldn't replace him. His value dropped through the floor because instead of whatever it was, 5 points a night or whatever, it really only averages out to 2.5 points a night. And a lot of goalies end up being that same way, unless you're playing 60, 70% of the games a year.
Right, which is why I like Talbot and Allmark the way I do. And for my own Flamingos, my fantasy team in the KKUPFL in Tier 2 San Jose, I did not want to draft any tandem guys. In fact, in any league, I don't want to. I've ended up with John Gibson in a lot of them. He also seems to be falling. And Matt Murray was my other one. Meanwhile, Mike must have been listening to us talk because he has since added a goalie. Everyone has at least one goalie. And he got Merzlikins.
No, Brian, I got caught. I was really hoping somebody was going to outbid me.
Oh, okay. So wait, why did you? So he got Merzlikins for 3. So Mike, I don't need to refer to you in the third person. You got Merzlikins for $3, but you didn't want him. Tell me more.
So being at the end, I like to be able to bid more than $1 for some guys. And I would have preferred that be a winner than a goalie, but I thought I could bid them up and get some more people down to my level here.
Oh,
Didn't work out, but that's okay.
So you got caught policing. I mean, you could do work, like, honest, before you gave me that context, like, yes.
I mean, yeah, so I was choosy about who I was doing it with.
Got it.
I'm fine to have him on my roster, but
I am pretty surprised that nobody would, like, for me, yeah, I'm surprised that no one would go over $3. I mean, we could definitely see Tortorella going 50-50. As John was saying, you have a player who can only actually be in your lineup every other game, and he's just taking up a roster spot. But I could see Merzlikins inching towards 60%, maybe even 70% at the start if he's really, really fantastic as he was last season. And now, Mike, you're down to $1 for each of your last 10 players. Are you excited for that? Are you? Yeah.
Right. It'll be all right.
That's the spirit.
So like based on the looking at the analysis last year, over 50% of $1 players became worthless and droppable throughout the season. So you may have a lot of open streaming slots if some of those guys don't work out. I always fear getting stuck as that first guy who's stuck at $1 who also has a huge bunch left, that none of the guys I put up are going to get through. So I'm also going to be the guy at the end of the draft who ends up taking 6 guys in a row. So I've literally got the last 6 guys in the draft. So even at $1, there are different tiers of $1 players.
Yeah, John, exactly. And for a while now, I've been putting out guys I don't actually want, knowing that I will not get them.
Yeah. And then and it's tough because when there's everybody else bidding, except we have our first team out, which I'll get to in a sec, but with everyone else still bidding, you don't want to actually throw out the guy that you want, but you also have to throw out someone tasty enough that you're going to get outbid on. And those opportunities go down. Like the $1 strategy that you're stuck with when it's your turn to nominate is tenuous, right? You've got to sort of fake people out. And like when it really comes down to it, hope that the guys you actually want, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, do you have any confidence that you're going to get the guys you want at $1 before they're the last 6 picks or 10 picks?
So it's tiers. I'm not confident I'll get the guys I want in my higher $1 tiers, but I have a very long list of players I think have a lot of room to surprise. And that I'm fine dropping after a couple weeks if they don't. So
I'll throw it out there, Brian, as some motivation for Mike. Last year, I was the one that, like, I think my last 9 players were all $1. And I looked at my draft results recently, and like I dropped all, like they all sucked. Like they were all ended up being people that weren't worth rostering. And I still made the playoffs for what it's worth. Because like, you know, obviously I had to get some luck on streaming. And I'm not trying to say this as a brag. I'm just saying, like, you can, as long as you, like, Mike's going to need to be successful at like streaming in the right players and using his like fab budget properly, because it's unlikely he's going to hit on like all 9 or whatever it is of his remaining $1 guys. But hopefully he'll get a couple good ones, and then he'll like have to play the wire, and hopefully his superstars on his team that he paid the big money for are going to keep him afloat until he finds like those really great players to round out a really nice team.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing I'll say about Elvis too is that with the exception of a couple teams, that division is terrible. In Columbus, I still expect will not be giving up many goals this year. So if I get stuck with a goalie, I'm fine with him.
It's a weird division. Like, it's a super competitive division, but I mean, I guess you've got, man, I need to bring up these divisions. I know, like, you have the Rangers, but like they could still be very competitive. I'm trying to remember which one Florida is in. They're not in that one. No. Boston, Buffalo. Oh no, sorry, I'm in the wrong division.
Yeah. They're in the
okay. Yeah, so you've got Carolina and Dallas and Tampa and Nashville, but also
Dallas still can't score.
Right, so you don't need to be worried about Merzlikins' numbers. Okay, all right, yeah.
It's really just the Canes and the Lightning. That's it.
Yeah, who can put up big numbers against, right, because Nashville isn't a big scoring team either. Okay, well, we're going to see.
Maybe Florida.
We'll see how $3 Merzlikins works out. And I'm excited to see who you end up with at the end of the draft and comment on how likely either one is to be on your team in 2 weeks from now. Lewis has finished his draft. Lewis is done. Wow. I feel like there's some teams I haven't talked about at all, and I'm sorry, like Jeff and Jordan. I haven't chatted about your teams in a while, and Dustin. But Lewis really just stole the spotlight. Lewis has $5 left over as well that he says in the chat. Yeah, so I'll let you explain that in a second.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
But Lewis rounded out his roster with $7 Palat, Strome, Dillon for $5, and Clayton Keller for, I think, also $5, which are nice, fun little picks to end your draft.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't love Arizona, but Keller seems like maybe your best shot outside of a goalie from getting some points from them. I do wish I had used those $5 to bid up a couple other people, but you never know if you're going to get caught trying to police. So I'm pretty happy with how things went.
to what John said earlier, John, I'm wondering if you're looking at the roster and wondering the same thing. I mean, you wondered it already, but John, you were like, well, who do you stream? Like, you're kind of stuck with the guys on your roster. I guess Keller could be an early drop, but I'm looking at your roster top to bottom, and I don't see anyone obvious to stream out for like the next new hotness.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to let that take care of itself here. I'm not going to, if it means I don't have to blow a bunch of fab right at the start of the season, I can definitely live with that. I did try to chase that injured Tarasenko just because I had the extra money, and I thought that it'd be nice to have him towards the end of the season. But I think Joe got him, and Joe actually was able to outbid my full budget. So that was good on him. I hope that lottery ticket works out.
Yeah,
that's a good. Could we raise that question? Why was Tarasenko going for so much? And it looks like the two you guys had a lot of money left and not a lot of slots, and so you just said, why not?
Right. So no one actually thought Tarasenko was worth that much. There was just a lot of disposable income. Joe, for the record, has one player left to fill and $4, which is pretty much third or fourth of remaining budget on the board. Also just finished defending champ Max has rounded out his roster. Some of his later picks include a $5 Nico Hischier, $4 Max Domi. I mentioned the $7 Muzzin, $2 David Krejci, $7 Jack Hughes, and a $3 Matt Murray. So defending champ Max also rolling with 4 goalies.
Yeah, this 4 goalie strategy is confusing me. Like I am mathematically perplexed by the concept that there are 4 goalies being put on these rosters. Like, he has 2 bench players, right? Like his bench is literally 2.
His bench is 2 skaters, and 3 of his goalies are in the same division. But Marc-Andre Fleury in Vegas will play on a lot of off nights, but probably no more than half the games.
Maybe his strategy is, I mean, we could ask him if he's not, or like just to speculate, maybe his strategy is to have 4 goalies with a plan to drop a couple, but like, hopefully at least a couple of them really hit and are worthwhile.
It could be a long-term strategy like that, yeah.
Or a trade to try to trade a goalie, I don't know.
So I know Max is around. So Max, I don't know if you're on the Zoom call here or not, but you need to be able to jump in.
I think he would have jumped in at this point if he was.
Well, no, we're writing on Discord. So I know he's available.
And I'm not saying he's wrong.
There he is.
Right? I'm just asking what the strategy is. I'm fascinated by the concept.
John, you see that just as his camera turns on. I'm not saying Max is wrong. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so Max is here. Max, you can unmute yourself. And defending champ Max making his return to the show after announcing the opening of KKUPFL registration weeks ago. And Max, now that you're unmuted, talk to us about your dress. How about start with the 4 goalies here? What are you thinking with Raskin Price $11 and $12, and then Fleury and Murray $4 and $3?
Well, honestly, I was just terrified by the goaltending situation this year as a whole with the compressed schedule and everything. So I figured I would try, and they were going cheap, really.
Yeah.
So I figured I would accumulate some and then kind of figure what to do after.
Okay.
Once we see kind of how the start of the season goes. I'm a little worried, like a lot of goalies are going to be playing. And I'm happy with Tuukka Rask, Carey Price, and Matt Murray being like solid starters.
Yeah.
And
so,
then
yeah,
at the price, I don't know, I could drop them if I need to. So yeah, I just thought I'd grab as many as I could and see how it goes.
I think at that price with Murray for $3, you can watch the first few games and see how things actually go in Ottawa.
Exactly.
And even if they're not winning, if he's getting a lot of saves and if his points are being well enough, then if you can have confidence in him, you can even move someone like Price.
Yeah, that was kind of my thinking. Especially Craig Anderson's been pretty valuable on an awful team for a few years. Maybe not last year, but years before, just because of the sheer volume of saves.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could assume Matt Murray's at least kind of that level, it's at least some value for me, and I can move and play with it.
Okay, so the explanation is essentially I'm taking a chance on 4 goalies. We'll see how many survive, and like you could very well end up with 3 or 2 or
none. Like,
even
who knows?
1 or none. So just a lot of lotto tickets, which honestly seems like I'm satisfied. I mean, I was never unsatisfied, but I'm satisfied with your explanation. I think you did a good job defending it. Let's talk about the rest of the squad you've assembled. Does this feel any different having drafted last year and winning? Did you change anything for this year?
Not really. For auction drafts, I try to make sure I don't take too many like middling, like $20 players. I think last year I ended up filling out my D with like mostly like $20, $18 guys. But I find usually I want to get one big guy, and that was Matthews was top of my board this year, and I thought he'd actually go a little bit more. I thought he could creep up to 70. So 66, I was happy with that. And then Point I thought was good value as well. And then my strategy, the same as last year, was like really take a lot of young players and hope there's improvement, because at the top of this league, I think everyone's so good, you kind of have to get lucky. And so taking some swings on young players is the only way I think I'm going to be able to, really make a solid run at it.
And to name some of those players, so you have Lafreniere for $12, Kaprizov for $11, Alex Tuck for $2, Hischier for $5, Hughes for
both
$7.
Hughes, actually, they're both young. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you've got both, but Quinn you had to pay for. The others, like Jack, you got a pretty decent discount on. So yeah, I can see the flyers you took, and I like them. I felt like Lafreniere like at 12. I mean, it's hard to say that it was
more for sure. Usually the first overalls kind of creep up towards 20.
Yeah, but after last year with Kakko and Hughes being so disappointing, I thought people would cool. But I guess you and at least one other person thought Lafreniere was worth the full 12. So
a swing I was willing to take.
Yeah. You mentioned in your survey your fantasy strategy. Let me just pull it up here. You said that so you review the numbers, watch as much as possible, which I like. So you're an eye test kind of guy. And trust your gut and play the person, not the game. What do you mean by that?
Like, I just paid a lot of attention to everybody else's roster and then base a lot of my decisions on that, because I think everybody has a different value for every player. So kind of learning how your opponents value players and, see kind of common errors they might make to try and take advantage in a trade or free agency. Like looking, maybe not picking up players for your next week, but the week after that, who's going to be your opponent that week, who they probably going to pick up this week, and try and maybe steal a guy or something.
Do you think you're right more often than not when you are trying to anticipate the other people's moves in your division?
I think so. Yeah. I think people are pretty predictable a lot of the time, especially a lot of the time, like you have a hole in your roster and it's a pretty obvious hole. So it's not hard to kind of pick out who your opponent might be trying to pick up to fill that hole.
I love that. So let's say a player isn't going to help you, but it'll damage your opponent if you take them off the market. Like let's say there's a free agent and you have the ability to outbid. Would you do that? Would you take that hit just to keep the player out of your opponent's hands?
If I was comfortable that I was already going to win that week, I don't want to sacrifice a win for sure. But if I have a little bit of leeway, then I try and sabotage for sure.
Right. Yeah. That's great. Before anybody thinks Max is too brilliant, he shared that Max thought Haida beds were made by people from the Haida Gwaii until recently, until you were 19.
A few years back.
So for anybody who's not familiar with the Haida Gwaii, they're an indigenous group who live just off the coast of BC. And I don't know if they are known for producing beds.
I don't know either. It just in my head for some reason was a Haida bed, right? So
it makes a lot of sense. There's once a podcast I listened to about the best lies to tell your kids, or jokes that uncles and aunts played on. It was probably This American Life, and this would rank with those. My favorite one that I remember from that is someone grew up thinking that quesadillas were a rough translation for what's the deals. They would use them interchangeably. Someone told them that was this anyway.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So you're not alone. Thank you for being brave and sharing.
No worries. Yeah, I thought it'd be kind of funny and a nice anecdote. I wanted to mention too about Quinn Hughes, because I know John wasn't too high on the $22 I spent. And to be honest, I am a little concerned too. But again, that was kind of a swing, a calculated move. So living out in the West, I'm not a Vancouver fan, but we get to watch a lot of Vancouver games. And he's kind of an eye test guy that I think there's just a ton of upside there. And
well, I'd be slightly less concerned if you didn't then go out and get two lesser Quinn Hugheses by getting Klingberg and Werenski, who they have no peripherals at all, and their power play positions are questionable.
Yeah. My D is definitely shakier than last year. I tried to pull in Muzzin to round that out a little bit, but I'm feeling like I'm probably going to have to do some upgrading there, or just kind of hope these guys put up a lot of points.
So Tom is in the chat telling you that he will trade you. So we can play early matchmaker. Tom, if you want to come on and have a live trade negotiation, you are more than welcome.
I actually just want to hear, since Max is so good at finding weaknesses, I would love for him to look at my team and predict where I'm going next.
Oh boy, where's Tom's team?
So Tom is also out, by the way. He has all 18 players. While Max, you're looking, I'll share that Tom is the one with Vasilevsky and Hellebuck, and he went out with $12 Trouba, $8 Hurdle, Dadonov for $10, Gusev for $5, and Zucker for $4, as well as a Kopitar for $12.
Yeah, I like the Trouba pickup. I was kind of in on that, but I was running out of money. But he was another guy I thought I could pick up to fill out some peripherals a bit more of a solid floor guy.
I found it got there was a good section of a good solid 10 minutes, and I'd love to know I know Mark's not on here, but Mark was kind of in on that, and I know Lewis was in it as well, of we all had a bunch of money left over, and it kind of got tricky of when do you bite, when don't you bite, because I didn't want the guy that I had knocked up ready to go to be taken, but got pretty lucky. I was pretty happy with that Zucker near the end.
Yeah, the Zucker pick too.
Yeah, Tom finished with $8 on the table. Lewis finished with $5. Joe spent all of his at $0, and Mark finished with $6. So yeah, there's some disposable income here, but a couple teams have finished all the way at $0.
Yeah, another kind of strategy I had going in this year. I mean, I got a few older guys, but I am still concerned that this compressed schedule is going to be very hard on a lot of players, because it's, they're playing a ton of games in a short amount of time. So I did try to really focus on taking younger guys and hoping that their legs might keep up a little bit better.
It's funny you say
I'm pretty
that,
happy with how that turned out for me.
It's funny you say that, because I think it's going to go the opposite. As someone that I get to see a lot of live hockey, and there's a lot of decent older guys here and there, but I think what's going to happen is you're going to see a lot more systems game happen, a lot more cycling the puck as opposed to quick rushes because of the condensed schedule. So I think those older guys, and it was kind of a strategy of mine to pick up a couple of them that had a little bit higher ceiling, or maybe needed a little bit of a rebound year. I think that they're going to do well in a systems game. You look at an LA, for example, of a condensed schedule, but they might be able to play that system game a little bit better and might have a little bit better of a year than previous.
Right, and you picked up Kopitar to that effect.
Exactly.
Can I ask Tom about his defenseman?
I wish you would.
Are we looking at Tom's team right now? Whose team are we looking at right now?
Oh, sorry. On my screen, it's Tom's.
Yeah, so your defenseman selection to me is very opposite from what Max did, which was Max has a bunch of guys where if they're on the top power play and they get a lot of points, they're going to be okay. Whereas you with Edler, Ristolainen, even Letang has a lot of peripherals.
And Trouba.
Is that and Trouba, excellent. Yeah, is that a personal strategy of yours to focus on those kind of defensemen, or was that just the best value you found at that time?
No, I think that it's pretty obvious the route that I went. And I think it goes back to the same strategy I had before, is I think that there's going to be a lot of guys out for games, and that guys that maybe had power play one time previously might get a little bit more now, because if Quinn Hughes goes out, is Edler slotting in, or someone else slotting in that has been there in the past and knows how to play those roles. But we always talk about it, high floor, high ceiling as the guys are kind of wanting to go for. And I think with those peripherals, it gives me that advantage of having a higher floor.
Yeah, and it's not just the ceiling of, oh, they're going to be better this year. You've created a situational ceiling. Well, they're going to be better for these 2 weeks. And I'm just gonna run the table on these 2 weeks when they're on the top power play.
Tom, for the record, and Tom, maybe you can make a more specific brag, but I believe you have been one of the top scorers in the KKUPFL over the last few years too, like in the rankings of all like 250 plus managers. Do I have that right?
Yeah, it's kind of nice to see John's face here because there was a little while there where I was obviously leading, but then had to take the foot off the gas pedal because I was preparing for the playoffs. And when I saw him pass me and kind of run away with it, it wasn't something I was too thrilled about, being a competitive natured person.
Yeah,
and
so
I think
ahead,
you
John.
said that. Was it you? You were on Marcus's Stat Attack show, and I remember hearing you say that, oh, I'm very close, but you know what? I'm not going to go for first overall because I want to get ready for the playoffs. Or you can correct me if it was someone else that said that, but that's what really made me think that is why you have to have some type of reward for that, like the fast track thing that Brian and Elon have now, where you still want to push for that first overall, because it just wasn't as fun when everyone below me was like, oh, I'm going to get ready for the playoffs, and I'll take the victory, but
yeah, and I still think you deserved it tenfold, but I think having that that risk reward I definitely probably would have went for it then, because then it's like, sweet.
For anyone unfamiliar, John proposed and we accepted a brilliant rule where the top point getter in all the KKUPFLs, we've mentioned Jordan's been there, we mentioned John's been there, we mentioned Tom has been close to there, actually gets a fast track to tier 1. So if you're joining for the first season, or like you're in tier 3, like you need to be in tier 3 to be able to make a 1-year jump up to tier 1. But for anyone who's not in tier 3, if you're in tier 4, 5, and 6, you have access to get straight all the way up to tier 1 by having the best score in all the KKUPFL, which is a really fun new rule we've got. Also, I should mention we have fewer than 20 players remaining. It looks like we are on pace to finish almost exactly at 6 o'clock, 4 hours in, like clockwork, and a lot of $1 guys going. I'm not going to recap them all, but Ben Bishop went for $1 to Ben. That's one that stands out to me. Also, Phil Kessel for $1 going to Jordan. Andre Kasha going to Mike. I drafted Kasha with my very last pick, and I've already dropped him. I think Jack Studnicka is the one taking reps on the top line. But hey, I'm still I'm hopeful. You know, I'm a Andre Kasha truther. I'm trying to see if I see any other really.
I like Stutzel at 3. He was way higher up at the top there.
Oh yeah,
Stutzel at 3 when Lafreniere went for 11 or 13 or something.
12. Yeah.
12. And Stutzel will probably be on the second line in Ottawa. Lafreniere is stuck on the third line. We're in a 1-year redraft league, right? Like, you've got to hope that Lafreniere comes through and gets better deployment and stuff like that. Stutzel could easily do much better than him this year.
For anyone wondering about Elon and concerned about how his defense is looking, he added a $3 Jacob Chychrun, which looks pretty good to me as a nice floor guy with a lot of peripherals and power play 1 upside. And speaking of power play 1 upside, he also has added Rasmus Andersson, who has been taking reps as the top unit quarterback. At this point, there's at least a 50% chance he starts the season there. Of course, it could be all for naught, but spending $1 towards the end of the draft can't hurt, can it?
I mean, I think there's more than a 50% chance he starts the season there, since he's been practicing there all preseason. But the question is more, is he still going to be there 1 or 2 weeks after the start of the season?
Right. Well, that's it. Like, how long a look does he get? I feel like if he's getting the entire preseason, then he's got to have earned at least 2 weeks in the spot. Yeah, Zach Cassian is up for $1 now. Does anyone have more than $1 to offer? We have Jeff, who has $2.
That was me. I just finished my team, got Zach Cassian for $1.
I'm sorry, I probably freaked you out. Yeah, I think that's a really great $1 pick, and I didn't mean to bring undue attention to it as you made it. You're leaning back for the first time in 4 hours, Elon. Deep breath.
Oh my God. I've been so stressed, everybody. Like, my wife is like, for sure thinks I'm a crazy person. Like the past 2 weeks, just like every night, spreadsheet. I like every day I'm like going to her, like, I have an idea. What if on my spreadsheet, I like update the values based on who's been picked? And I had all these like crazy ideas I kept on like doing all the time. And then like last night I had like, oh my God, I'm so glad
What happened in your dream?
I actually had a dream that I was podcasting with a friend of ours, John Abrams. I don't know why. And he was mad at me, or I was mad at him. I don't remember. But it was like, I think he was like, I don't care about fantasy hockey.
Well, you assembled a pretty dreamy group of $1 guys. Rasmus Anderson with huge upside. Cassian also probably going to stick on that top line. You got JG Pajot as like a decent floor guy that you can drop anytime you don't like the Islanders' schedule, I guess. And Braden Holtby at $2 we mentioned already. I'm trying to see. I guess those are your bargains. So Tyler Seguin was the first player you got way back for $4. Do you still how do you feel about that now that the whole draft is played out?
Yeah, I wanted Josh Anderson. So maybe if that cost me Josh Anderson, then maybe I'll regret it. But who knows if like Lewis left with $5 in the bank. So I think if I would have bid $5, he would have bid $6. So it doesn't matter. So I guess I think he was a good steal. But aside from that, I like my team and Seguin, I think my team's strong enough that hopefully I could stay competitive, and Seguin's going to come back and maybe help me later on in the season. $4, I can't really complain, right? How much did Tarasenko go for? Like over 10.
14.
And like Tarasenko doesn't even have a timeline. Like he may be back. He's going to be reevaluated mid-February. So what's the earliest? Like mid-March or maybe not at all? Like Seguin, they've been saying, is on track for the start of April, which is still a month before the fantasy playoffs.
I want to say,
yeah,
I love the Chychrun pickup. I'm a big Chychrun fan. I've had him for like multiple years in multiple leagues, and he's just that kind of guy. He does have that nice floor peripherals. He shoots, and he hasn't gotten a ton of points over the last few years, which means he has lots of upside. Mm-hmm. Right? Last year he was worth $5 on my board, but in the last half of last year he was worth $8. In the last quarter of last year he was worth 14 because he finally got up to 44 points. And he was shooting even more. He did like 265 shot pace. So if he does that kind of thing, he has that room to grow for $3. That's fantastic.
Yeah, Jacob Chychrun, a fantastic for all the reasons you mentioned, John. And I know he's on. We chatted in the middle of our KKUPFL draft, so I was curious to see what your strategy for defense was. And Jacob Chychrun was a key cog there. The Mike and Jesse Snake draft happened. I just want to update everybody at the end of the draft. So I'm just going to rhyme off. Jeff jumped in the middle with a $2 Brandon Saad. And by the way, soon after I critiqued Mike's pick of Andre Kasha, Mike, by the way, is wearing like a Bruins hat. His favorite team is Boston. His favorite player is Bergeron. Mike since added Jack Studnicka. So he's got the cuff for that top line right wing position, and Charlie Coyle, who I think is probably less valuable and very much a homer pick, Mike.
He's been playing on Power Play 1 in practices, so maybe that's the Coyle.
So yes, he has.
Yeah, okay. Coyle's on my list as a maybe endgame guy.
And Mike also grabbed Noah Dobson with the very last pick as Mr. Irrelevant.
He's been playing on Power Play 1 also.
Yeah, so the Islanders are rolling a 3 forward, 2 defense top power play unit. So Dobson looks pretty nice there. Also in that snake draft, Mike got Ilya Sorokin for $1, which is shocking to me. I don't know if he just got forgotten, but that seems pretty good. And
I think Sorokin is like one of these guys like John's been bringing up. Like it just seems like, at least for this year, it's a 50-50 at best, unless he because the problem is, even if Sorokin is better than Varlamov, I don't think it matters. Because like Varlamov is still good enough. Like he's really good. So why would the Islanders like burn out Sorokin when they can have a really good goalie in Varlamov and go 50-50?
The Islanders are going to make whatever goalie plays for them look good. So I agree with you. There's not really opportunity for Sorokin to really exceed Varlamov's performance by all that much, unless Varlamov is terrible.
And they don't give up a ton of shots. They don't give up a ton of shots, right? Yeah. So there's only so many points you can get in the cupful, even if they win lots of games.
I mean, but Varlamov must have had a really high points per game last year, I would imagine, even with the low number of shots. Like I remember Varlamov was amazing, but correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Well, I'm talking all about Mike's last picks. I should also mention Jesse's, who picked up Trevor Zegras, who is like obviously the player whose stock has risen the most, probably along with Tim Stützle from the World Junior Championships. Jesse also added Tanner Pearson, which I like. I've been eyeing Tanner Pearson as a deep pick with upside. Like, he had a really nice stretch. It was not sustainable in Vancouver, but I wonder if he could still be in a position to succeed. And Jesse also added Anthony Beauvillier, who's another like classic $1 end of draft guy.
Can I throw out there? Okay, so Zegras, actually, the thing with Zegras is like him being like looking like he might be good has made me more excited about Ryan Getzlaf, for what it's worth, because I think Getzlaf's going to be centering him, and maybe they could do something together. I also saw that Drouin was drafted. I don't know if you mentioned Jonathan Drouin.
I didn't. Mike also grabbed Drouin.
I like Drouin for this year. I was actually eyeing him as a $1 guy. I was deciding between him and Cassian at the end there. Like, Drouin's been, I know like he's disappointed us forever, and I say this at the start of every year, but he looks like he's going to be on this line with Nick Suzuki and on the top power play with Suzuki. So I just feel like he's in the best situation to succeed. And now obviously he has to have the talent to do it, but he's shown us some spurts before.
And another thing I like about that line, Elon, is that is the line they put Anderson on.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's going to open up some space.
Can I throw something out there just before everyone leaves? One thing that's really been eating away at me right now is like, I think this year's tier 1 is like super competitive. Like, everyone in this division are like some of the best people at fantasy I've ever seen. Like, it's actually pretty wild when you like go down the list. I guess people have been listening to the show and been hearing it, and Brian's been saying all of their resumes. Like, one of us is going to come in 14th place, right? And one of us is going to come in 13th place. And I feel like this is going to be a new experience for like, I've never, like, I can even recall a time I didn't make the fantasy playoffs, like in any league. So now to like, and like, not again, sorry, I didn't mean that as a brag. But I'm sure that's the case. I'm assuming that's the case for a lot of you. So I just wanted to throw out there, let's all, like, I've come to grips a little bit with the fact that there's a decent chance I'm going to miss the playoffs and maybe even be at the bottom of the standings, because a few people are going to have to be there. So I think we all need to just go in with the mindset of like, if we stink this year and lose, like, we're not bad fantasy players. We're just playing in like the most competitive league. So I just don't want anyone to like feel bad about themselves. And I'm trying to tell myself now not to feel bad about myself if things don't go well, because it's not like a standard league. This is like some of the best people I've ever played with, and someone has to come last.
By its nature, tier 1 gets more competitive every single season, right? Like, I can say that I'm a tier 1 past champion, but winning tier 1 in the second year of tier 1 existing was not as hard as winning it in the 4th or 5th year as tier 1 existing.
Like, so, I could throw out there Brandon Watson. Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan. Brendan. He's in my tier this year.
Yeah. So he's so good. Like, he's been in tier 1 forever. Same with bridesmaid Mike, right? Who came second.
They're
place
both
like
in my
3 years in a row.
They're both in tier 2 this year. Like, tier 2 is what tier 1 has been.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if one or both of them are back in tier 1 next year, you know? So that's the thing. If I do badly this year, I'm going to look at it as, and Lewis, by the way, who was in tier 1 and then has been in tier 2 because he had a bad year one time. Now he's back in tier 1. I feel like I'm going to be interested to see, first of all, like, who falls out this year. And then also if there's going to be yo-yoing where all the people who come last this year are back in tier 1 in a couple of years.
Well, I sure hope that like we have some really strong talent down and like, you know, working their way up in tiers.
That's true.
3, 4, 5, and 6. Like, everybody started at the bottom at some point. So I expect we've got some really great players. And I think across the KKUPFL, there are lots of people who aren't used to finishing poorly. You know, like, a lot of the time the entry point to the KKUPFL and keeping Karlsson is like, you know, I'm blowing my friends away in their leagues because, you know, maybe in part because they listen to the show, but now they're against other people with the same sort of dedication and information.
So Brian, I'm ready to close out the show. Like, cause it's been 4 hours. What are you thinking? Do you still have anything more you want to do? I know there's lots of cool people here that you might want to get their thoughts from.
I see Dave, Dustin, Jeff, and Ben hanging around, who we haven't heard from since the end of the draft. And I wonder if either of them want to come on to drop a nice 60-second summary or piece of their mind. I've definitely spoken enough. I should be quiet.
I heard Ben with an ominous hello.
Okay, so let's go Ben, and then we'll go Jade. Let's go Ben, and then Jeff, and then Dustin, and then Dave to close it out.
Shouts out Jade, though.
It's very close.
I hate my team so much. Elon and I talked about this the other day. I was saying the same, like, we were talking about how we don't remember missing the playoffs in fantasy hockey, but like I was so terrified for this draft because I'm not an auction draft guy. And I just like, I stuck to my strategy, and I just ended up not having enough money at any point to get in on any of the players that like, I just didn't take any swings, and I really regret it.
So I'm just gonna like pick a few players to illustrate your feelings about your roster.
I just don't have anyone at the top of the roster who I feel like is going to be a guaranteed point in the night and in a given game. And so, my high end of my roster is Makar and Hamilton, and I'm very happy about having that defensive ceiling, but I wish that my ceiling was, I don't have anyone up front who I think can do that. My best player up front is Alexander Barkov, and I'm a little bit nervous about that.
Well, I hope everyone enjoyed hearing Ben on this year's Tier 1 auction draft, because it sounds like he won't be back.
It does sound like that. I'll be hosting with you, Brian.
Yeah, Ben can host with me. John actually on the Discord group, I need to thank John before we go any further. Someone has already suggested a John Newhold podcast spinoff. So there's that. John's been amazing. John
He was very good. Thank you so much, John. You did an amazing job.
So Ben, you actually just lost the Tier 1 draft and a potential host spot in the future when you're not. But you have short shifts, and I can't wait to hear your first episode of it early in the morning on January 13th.
I have a feeling John will invite me in the back door of the Zoom next year if I ask him nice enough.
I want to thank you guys for having me on, but I want to say, because it's been fantastic, this has been great, but I want to say to Ben's point about not liking his team, I think there's a big psychological thing where a lot of people just don't like their teams. Because there's so many players, when you first look at it, you're like, I could get any of these players when you sit down for the draft, but then you only end up with 18 of them, right? So it's really hard to mentally grasp, what are those the players I really like, or did I do it the way I wanted? I've had a couple drafts the last few nights, and literally everyone after the draft has said, oh, I hate my team. This is the worst year. One guy was like, this is the worst year I've ever had. And I go, we can't all have terrible teams. Someone is going to win the league, right? So if we all think our teams are really bad, even I felt at first that the team I picked was really bad, until I sat down later and I looked over it and I analyzed it and I compared it to the other teams. And then I thought, okay, maybe this is actually a lot better than I thought. So I think there's a immediate post-draft, loss of adrenaline or whatever, where every manager thinks they've done a terrible job.
Team. I love my team.
Oh, it's one or the other. You love it or you hate it. Like
that's Jeff. So tell us about yours.
Yeah. Well, first, I just want to say there's some players I like on Ben's team. Like, I think my biggest regret of this draft, other than maybe Bo Horvat, is not bidding up Sean Monahan. I was wanting to get him, and he's still several dollars below the price I had. And easily could have gone a couple more bucks. But.
So I'm about to lose the data, but I don't know. Oh, Sean Monahan went for $15. Yep. Okay. So Jeff, there's a couple regrets, but you think you still did okay.
Yeah. If you look at my team, if it's back, if you can get to it yet, I had a strategy for this, which is based on the unbalanced divisions. So almost all of my skaters are from the north or the west. There's only a couple outliers like PLD and a dollar defenseman. Right. Just because like those divisions are so unbalanced in terms of like how much offense there is in the north versus goaltending. Like I think that's just going to be by far the highest scoring division, and that's going to have a huge impact. So picking up even like kind of rando guys, I think are gonna pop up there.
Yeah, I see plenty of Vegas and Colorado on your roster. So you're looking for those teams to obviously do some damage to the rest. So interesting strategy. We'll see how much this divisional look pays off. Thanks so much for coming on, being with us, Jeff. Dustin, I have no idea if you're even there. So I'm going to... Oh, Dustin, hi.
I've been silent the whole time, just listening.
Yeah.
Sure, I don't give away my strategy.
Well, the risk of giving up your strategy is now nil. So tell us how you're feeling about after the draft.
I'm conflicted for sure. Did not go the way that I wanted it to. I definitely regret overbidding on Hedman, but outside of that, I think most of my pickups were salvageable.
that was that early draft adrenaline too, right? Like Hedman was like one of the first, it was the first defenseman nominated, one of the first players out there. You went big on pasta, so you're looking for a streaming spot real quick. And then towards the end, for $4 or less, you added Varlamov, Duchesne, Connor Murphy, which I love, as like a nice peripherals guy, hopefully. Robert Thomas, Eric Stahl, Paul Stasny, Tim Stutzla, Guryanov, and Blake Coleman.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with value overall. Bergeron, Landeskog, Evander Kane. I'm happy with all those guys. I think the team is definitely salvageable. And I'm going to have some flexibility with some nothings on the bottom of my roster for the next couple of weeks while I wait for Pasternak to come back.
The team is definitely salvageable. That's Dustin's take on his team in a nutshell. I like what you did. I think you've got a pretty balanced roster, and you have been like a pretty fierce tier 1 competitor for a while. I think I closed the survey, but you've been around a bit, and I don't imagine it's going to be easy to knock you off. So good luck this year, Dustin. And that brings us to Dave. I gave you the last word, and I don't want you to forget this opportunity that I'm allowing you.
Thank you. Well, Watermelon Suitor did pretty good. I really wanted to get 2 goalies because whenever I was going like 0G last year, I was like, man, how sweet would it be if I could just have like 2 goalies? I could just leave them in there, forget about it, especially because streaming goalies is so hard because you pick them up for 1 game a week. And that's one of your 4 ads. So I got Samsonov and Bennington, which 2 out of like the 6 guys I maybe trusted this year. And that was about it. So I wanted to make sure I got those. I got 2 good defenders, Pionk and Barry, and then the rest of my team's like, meh. I got pretty lucky because there was only like, I was getting pretty late and I had a lot of money. There was only 3 wingers I wanted, which were Ehlers, Rust, and Mantha. And luckily the other people that had money didn't just like blow me out of the water for those or something like that. So I thought I did okay.
Yeah, you picked those 3 guys up for 17, Rust for 17, Ehlers for 23, Mantha for 27 within 6 picks. So you went, that was your moment. I think you're the only team that did not spend more than $30 on any player. Your highest spend was 27 on each of Larkin and Mantha.
Yeah, and like the others are saying, obviously kind of look back and be like, I even left $3 on the table. Like I could have spent an extra $2 here, an extra $4 there on those guys in the 30s or 40s or whatever to get some of those. But looking back at my team, I always love my team and they end up being bad. And I have to rely on streamers. So hopefully me not loving my team this year will mean that they'll be good.
I trust you, Dave, as a defending champ, that you'll be able to whip that team into whatever shape you want it to be in. Thanks so much for participating. And I think we're going to close out the show now. So I'm going to start by thanking John once more, and then Elon, I'll give you a chance to speak. So John, thanks. I mean, there's no point in me asking you to plug whatever it is you want to plug 4 hours after the show starts, but just in case, if you want to share a little bit about like what you do and how people can support you as a person.
Why is there no point? People are listening all the way to the end. It's been an amazing show.
Well, what I'm saying is I wish I had offered you the opportunity sooner.
If you made it to the end before John does it, like if you made it to the end, we should get a hashtag so that people will be able to like let us know they actually made it. So it's something to think about while John plugs all of his amazing work, and then maybe we'll come up with a hashtag. Sorry, John, please.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. I don't use Excel a lot by accident. I've spent the last 2 decades doing it for a job. So my wife and I run a couple companies that do software training and consulting. So across Canada, we're at jnsoftware.ca. And then in Ottawa, we actually have a training lab in downtown Ottawa. And the company there is called compues.ca. And so for a long time, I was doing a lot of the Excel training. And now I don't do as much of the training. I focus on actual development and like building things in Excel. So I get to learn new things all the time because you're always coming across different clients that you're working with, and they need something slightly different, and you discover something new in Excel to do. And that's the great thing about programs like Excel. There's always 3 different ways to do something. And so just because I know a way to do something doesn't mean you don't know a completely different way to accomplish the exact same goal, which is fantastic. So I really enjoy being able to use my Excel skills in something as fun as fantasy hockey, and have the opportunity to share what I have with you guys and learn from everyone else. Because all you guys do your own spreadsheets as well. You have your own ways of calculating things, and it's fascinating to find out the different perspectives that everyone has on stuff. So yes, if you want to support me and appreciate my efforts, feel free to go to jnsoftware.ca or compues.ca. And if the company you work for does any corporate training, they need to get Excel training done or something like that, tell them to go check us out, and we'll be glad to help them out. All
right. Yeah. John is probably as good as his job as he was on the show tonight. So you can put some stock into whatever it is that you want him to work on you. Anyway, this isn't thank you, John, for being here. You were amazing. And I will strategically bide my time before asking you to ever invest 4 hours for us again. And it wasn't just 4 hours. Like, John talked with me to prep the show before this. He did some stuff on his own. He might have worked harder than me before the show too to get ready. So John, thank you so much for being here. And you can catch John in tier 3 of the KKUPFL this season, and obviously gunning for that fast track, and or at least winning his division to jump to tier 1 next year. Elon, that's it. Let's over.
Close it out. All right. If you made it to the end, #fasttrack, which is the name of our new mechanism. And it's also something that this podcast definitely was not. It was a slow track, I guess. If you tweeted us, please, @KeepingKarlsson. Let us know what you thought of this insane episode. If you like this yearly tradition, or if you generally skip this one. I'd just be curious to know, not that we're going to stop doing it. But
if you generally skip this one, but you listened
That's
the
true.
Entire
we're never
time.
going to hear that. Okay. But right. So I'm brain dead right now. Okay. So tweeted us at Keeping Karlsson. We'd love to hear your feedback. #fasttrack if you made it to the end. Brian said a bunch of stuff. Follow us on Twitter at Keeping Karlsson. I think I already said that. Subscribe to the podcast. We got our Patreon. Brian said a bunch of stuff at the beginning at keepingkarlsson.com/patron. It's all in the show notes. You'll find the links. We also have a bunch of cool tools and links to projections and things. I tweeted about it recently. So follow us on Twitter. I'm going to pin that tweet. Okay, Brian, let's cue the outro music. Do you got any credits, or do you just want to say your tagline and we'll get the H out of here?
Well, I do want to credit Brandon Weeb for our logo art and our outro music by Pat Roach. And I did use Dobber Hockey, Frozen Tools, Natural Stat Trick, Evolving Hockey, Cap Friendly, and Hockey Reference, and Yahoo and Hockey Viz and Hockey Database. Usually, I should have just said the usual list. Anyway, to all prep for the show. And I guess we also owe a big thanks to Microsoft Excel for this one, especially.
Not a
Google
paid
Sheets.
advertisement.
No. But yeah, that's it. Thank you all so much for listening. And remember, fantasy hockey is for everyone.
Woo! Good job,
everybody. Way to go, team.
All right. I'm going to stop the live.